Hello everybody, good afternoon, welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It's Sunday, the 22nd of January 2023. We're continuing our modded Factorio run today. We're back in the Krastorio 2 space exploration focused factory, which has been interesting so far. Bit of a significant difference from the vanilla game, which we've been playing a lot of recently, so it's been good fun. Although obviously quite technical and quite complicated, even right at the beginning. So I'm looking forward to getting even more confused today and hopefully making some more progress over the course of the stream. Let's hop back into the factory and catch up with everything straight away. Hello Aki, nice to see you. Hope you're good today. Right. I remember I left myself these to remind me what we're going to do next. We need to set up belts, undergrounds and splitters. Good. This is probably going to get in our way as well, so we'll need to move that shortly. Everything else should be okay for now. I'm good, Aki, thank you. Yeah, doing alright today. Bit tired, but you know, it's the end of my week. Got tomorrow off to rest up, so that's all good. Let's bring up our planner. So we want to make belts and stuff. And I guess if we made them in the same rate as the inserters, that'd be okay, 60 a minute. We want some belt, we want some underground belt, we want some splitters. That's interesting. Went red. Why did that happen? It's it's exploded out those needs as a new level. Okay, so it's kind of trying to help me combine them, I guess. I didn't do any research between streams on how to use Factory Planner, so we're still going to have to just bash our heads against it until it does what I want, basically. That seems a bit excessive to want like 240 per minute just to make the splitters, so I might cut them down. Maybe a quarter as many undergrounds and splitters. Creates an awkward number there, so perhaps, not sure how good that is. Not like better, because it leaves us with an odd number when they're combined. 20 maybe? Give us a round number. Not bad. Why so many splitters? We need all of the component pieces to build a base available to us. Because handcrafting things is quite inefficient due to Krastorio adding so many new stages. It makes more sense to set up a production line for them and fill a chest up, and then we can just come grab from the chest when we need them rather than handcrafting them. The speed that we make them, I guess, isn't terribly important, but you know. What base? Well, the one that we've got at the moment, which is it's tapped all of the starting resources. This is all the smelting for it already done and coming on a little bus. And we've got steel and we've got stone bricks and we've got inserter or fast inserter production at the moment. This should be enough here to get us to the next level of research, the green research cards, which we haven't unlocked yet. But they just need like electronic circuits and gear wheels, which we can do probably okay here. So that kind of stage of research we can do in this space. But the point to make the chemical ones, we're probably going to need to expand significantly. Like this won't be enough smelting, this won't be enough copper or enough iron. So after the green research, which I think we'll be able to do here, we'll need to expand this like so big. Probably make a rail network, probably hook up at least one more patch, but possibly more than that, in order to get everything else for the next 2 or 3 research cards. So it needs to go quite big. Like, we're well positioned for now, but soon we'll need to expand at such a size that we couldn't possibly handcraft the belt, the splitters, the underground, the inserters, the machinery, like drills and assembly machines and everything like that. We're going to need so many that we need machines making them. So that's what I'm starting with, is like that basis of materials that we need, and then we can hopefully use that to expand this much bigger. I'd quite like to do a grid based, like a rail grid. I've never done that before, so it could be a bit messy, but I'd quite like to try it. These blue bits, we'll go look at one. It's called a core mining something. Core seam, that's it. So at some point you get some research that creates a core mining drill that will drill into that, return a core fragment, which you can then convert into material. So unlike a patch of iron, this is infinite. But this will run out after we've mined 6.5 million iron out of it. This will never run out. So it's a way of creating, like, I guess, a fixed point of resource income that will never move. Okay, let's take another look at the numbers. It's not too bad. 60 belt for the belt, 60 belt for the splitters, and 50 belt for the undergrounds. Kind of happy with that. We're going to need to expand all these out. Work out what we need for all of the different stages. That one's already being moved there. It's interesting. I don't know how it or why it did that, but it did. Interesting. That's them. That needs splitting out. For that as well. And those. And that one. We'll expand everything down. So the entire process is just iron stuff. Single cylinder engine, gear wheels, beams, all good. None of the numbers are nice and neat and tidy, so it's not going to be perfect, but it's no big deal. Could I make a small tutorial for this? Probably at some point. I still don't know it very well. Like I said, I should have spent more time looking up how it works better, but when I have learnt it, yeah, I can put together a little explanation for it. And now it's still confusing me quite a lot, but it's telling us what machines we need. Go to list of belts, that might help as well, just to check. No, everything's like a tiny amount of belts, that's all fine. So this would only need half a factory making the belt, which we can't do half a factory. We may need to ramp it up to make round numbers. Well, I don't know, we'll see. It can like create belt until that backlogs, and then that can feed into the next things as it's all shared materials. Total for gear wheels, we need half a machine there, one machine there, 0.9 of a machine there, so we need, and hang on, more, half there, one there, 1.2 there, 0.9 there, so 2.2, 3.1. So we're going to need 4 factories making gears. Just queue up a bit of research to anything really. just so we have everything ultimately. Okay, that's gear wheels. I'll leave the iron beams because they're only needed for the underground, so it's engines next really. Which we need 0.6 there, 1.2 there, 1.1 there, so 2.3, that's 3 machines. Making single cylinder engines. That'll feed our 1 machine making belt. 2 machines making belt. Which feed into yeah, half a machine making splitters as well. Maybe we should double all this. So that would get much rounder numbers if we did double it all. Let's try it. Set to the underground, which move to 60. Yeah, that makes it around some round numbers.
Greetings.
Here and there. Thank you for the follow, Deadly Vera. You are advertising chatbots, followers and views. That is not welcome here, but there we go. Okay, that makes, so that becomes 1 factory. That becomes 1. That becomes 1. I kind of prefer that. So let's revisit gear wheels. I'd quite like to redo this actually, so it doesn't split out the bottom like that. Let me start again. Did I get the you mean the affiliate thing? Not yet. The way that, I mean, Twitch isn't particularly fast or efficient with anything, so there's different parts of the system like behind everything. So we've got like a page that shows you the statistics from a stream. Then you've got a page that gives you like achievements to unlock as a creator, and then you've got the like criteria to get affiliate, and they're all separate and they all run at different times. So like the morning after a stream I can get accurate information about how that stream went. So I know from that information that I've had the necessary numbers. Then like a day or 2 later the achievements unlock related to it. So I got the achievement yesterday that confirmed I've met the criteria. The actual bit that tracks whether I've met the criteria hasn't updated yet. I guess it takes a few days. So any day now that will update, and then it will confirm that I'm eligible. And then apparently it can take up to 2 weeks for them to actually like send the invitation to you. So I don't know when it's actually going to happen, but I have met the criteria definitely. So yeah, it will happen at some point soon, unless in the time it takes them to get that email to me, my numbers drop below the threshold again. If that were to happen, then they would perhaps not invite me. But it's unlikely to happen. Okay, I think I've exploded everything out there, like in a neater fashion to how it was before, so I can keep track of each bit. No, I haven't. I need to go back into that level, explode that all the way down, and back into that level and explode that all the way down. Okay. Now it's like it's all clustered up. In order to make the splitter I need transport belt, which is made like this, and so on. It's not exactly how I want it laid out, but I don't know how to do it better, so this will work. In terms of gears, we need 1, 2.2, 6.2, 16.2, 24.2 assembly machines. That's maybe a bit overkill, but I think we're going to go for it. Checking like number of belts that relates to, because if it's more than one, we need to handle it different. That's like a fraction of a belt. That also won't make any difference, those 2.2 machines. It's just those 4 are a quarter of a belt. Those 10 are 2/3 and those are half, so in total 1.1, 1.3, 1.4 belts, so we are going to have to do it 2 output belts of gear wheels, which will need like more than 1 input for sure. It's pretty much input and output pretty much the same, so it'll need to be 2 belts in, 2 belts out. With that number again, 18, 22, 23, 24, so 25 machines doing it. Maybe we make do with 24, be slightly under what it should be, but symmetrical. Gonna need more machines to do this for sure. Probably get these rocks out of the way. Two rows of, well, I guess a row of 12, row of 13 will do the right number. It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It's 12. We're not making assembly machines anyway yet, so I'm going to need to grab the materials to handcraft some more. Need some more iron, which has got steel onto its belt somehow. Don't know how that's happened. So steel is only here. Must have been when I was rebuilding that or something. Bit weird. Can't happen by accident. Back at the smelting, you can't accidentally turn iron into steel like you can in vanilla, because you need the coke to make the steel. It's fine for now. Let's just craft a whole bunch more. Empty out all that stone I got from digging those rocks up. And a bit of coal. They're already full. There we go. So these are going to be gear wheels. And we need single cylinder engines, so that's 1.2 factories, 1.5, 0.7. Plus 4.8 is 7.5. It's 9.6. It's annoying how close that is. 7.5 plus 9.6, 17.1. Again, maybe we make do with 17. No, let's do it probably. Do 18. 2 rows of 9. 6, 7, 8. It's going to make like way more belt than we actually need, I think, but that's fine. It makes it quickly, then it backlogs quicker, which lets the resources go elsewhere sooner. That means we'll have plenty to work with. That's lined up right. That's better. Okay, so we need another 9 of these. Dead trees in the way. That is single cylinder engine. So they can go into the actual like belt but making, which we need one machine there, 2.2, 6.2, 7 machines making the actual like belt, and then 4 machines turning them into splitters. Some of them into splitters. Then so that's splitters and belt. We just need to do the underground. The underground needs iron beams as well, which others don't. So 4 machines making the iron beam, which then feed into 1 machine making the underground, which I'll put other way round, like that. That one will make the underground, they'll make the iron beams. If everything fits in there like that. Let's just check belts for like everything else. We know we need quite a lot for the gears themselves, but beyond that point, single cylinder engines are going to be a close one. That's half a belt. It's just over a quarter, so we're at like 3/4 and a bit. And then just tiny fractions, so they can fit on 1 belt. That's fine. The belt itself will just about be about 3/4, so that's fine. And then yeah, the beams are like nothing, so that's all fine to go on a belt, but can't share belt until it's split off. So the belt that comes to be turned into splitters needs 0.53 of a belt, so it can't be sharing a belt, it needs its own dedicated one. But the ones going for the underground and the what have you can. It's a bit complicated, I guess. Very complicated, but we'll work out how we're going to belt all that up and where the inserters are going to go and stuff like that. Speed research of it. We'll do this first, and then I think we'll move the research over. We'll need to get it out of the way anyway. Maybe expand that to be a correct ratios and stuff like that. Add the greens on the end. I would like to. Okay, let's start. We're just missing 1 machine off the end there. It's going to need 2 and 2. I guess we have iron in on the outsides and these guys out down the middle. Got enough bits and pieces to do this. Gonna need more belt. It's unfortunate. Did I leave? I think I left like a chest of what we'd made before lying up. Yeah, over here. So we do have some belt left I can use. Yeah, loads of it. Good. These are definitely going to need fast inserters because it's such a fast recipe. So we'll use the blue ones. I need more machines. Yeah, 15 is probably not going to be enough. Let's start crafting some more. let's also do that before expanding research. We'll get machines making machines. We've got machines making drills, which is good. Speed up expanding the actual mining of raw resources, but we'll need machines making assembly machines so we can build things like this quicker. The engines, they need like iron ore for their output, and then gears. It's the gear input for the engines. Yeah, very little there. It's down here that's going to have a... So it's half a belt, 0.8 of a belt, and then fractions. So the gear input can be a single belt, but not less than that. They can use the iron input using long-handled from that side. How fast's the recipe? Pretty fast. That might not work, but that's going to be iron. That's going to be iron, and that's going to be iron. See how it goes. Maybe they'll need just 2 long-handled. They should grab from not where the other one's grabbing. Ideally. So they'll do that. They'll do this. We'll grab some more inserters. And they also need... the gears are going to go in there now. Guess that needs to be split off like that. I did say it was less than a belt of gears, didn't I? No. Yes, it is. Yeah, because the rest are going over to make the splitters. Yep. They're also going to need a long-handled in. See how it goes. They're going to need short-handled in. Long-handled out. Hopefully that'll work okay. Let's go grab our missing inserters and a bit more iron, make some more machines. That'll do for a while. Okay, so that's going to be engines out. Then we've got... Okay, let's bring this down there. And split. Okay, how I'm going to... Yeah, like that I guess. Split there. This lot comes this way as well. So these were belt. These are splitter. This is iron sticks. Not sticks, beams. We need one more machine to make the underground belt. So these need just iron and engines. Engines can run... Well, they've got iron there. That's iron. So engines can go in there, unless they need engine. They do, so let's send it down that side. That won't work great. That's engine. So can also go into there. These are going to output iron and engine, and they're going to output there. Some of them need to go into here. That's fine. That's fine. We'll make this work. So that's going to be engines, which are coming from here. And I assume are also needed for the underground, but that could be wrong. No, they're not. Okay, don't need to split then. They can just go in there. Then the belts themselves are going to come over here. And we need iron in for the beams. Go there, and then the beams can go down like that. So they're pretty simple. Some of these can be shared belts at this point if we need to. But that can get belt like that. Output into a chest. Output from there. Okay. That would be nice to do better. So at the moment they've got just engines in. We also need gears. Belt is there. So they also need gears in, and they need an output. They're a bit too squished there, really. Can we swap these over, perhaps? Make this the underground. So that is engines, which are not required there but are required for them. Okay, that's not great, but we can deal with that. That being the case, pull this all the way back. We'll need to split it off. They can head down there. Don't need to prioritise, do we, in this case? To split it evenly, really, rather than prioritising anything. I think those inserts can come from this side now. The rest of these are going to come over to go into the splitters. There, I guess. So can the gear wheels and the engines going into the splitters be on a shared belt? Here's the splitters. The gear wheels need no, more than half a belt, so no, they can't. Both of them need more than half a belt. So what have we got? That's the belt. We'll have to come over this side. Which is fine. We'll use long-handled inserters, which I just run out of. We'll craft up some more of them. They still need an input of nothing. They just need the output. That's fine then. So those can be in, and those can be out. That's going to go into a chest. So one inserter doing that might not be enough. What have we got here now? It's a bit of a squeeze. This might not work. May need to like leave a gap and do these further over. Let's have a look. We need iron in. Don't currently have. But for example, that could be iron in. We then need the beams to get out, which we don't specifically have space for. Let's fill in the gaps here. So if that were to be iron in, share a belt in some fashion. Could be done. This doesn't need iron, does it? No. Need to get the 4 beams into this machine somehow. We can send like this belt under, but then we can't really wiggle it around. We could move them elsewhere. Like up here. Run the iron. Again, that doesn't work great. Yeah, and even that's not good. I want to be on this side, I guess, but then down here, if we go under, it's a dead end for them. Well, it's somewhat shorter space, but we can turn a corner to avoid the problem there. I think we just move over. It's not as compact as I'd like, but no big deal. Give us an opportunity to squish that over at all. No, because we need these to go up and then down. So we do that different. There's a thought. How much? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 machines making belt. How much of it is for splitters? 4 of them. 2 of them are for undergrounds. Could move those over specifically as well. Which I kind of like the idea of. 4 of these are for splitters. Yeah, we'll leave that for now, but we're going to put them like here. Try this as a layout. Couldn't do this by hand, should I? I've got the cheaty robots, we might as well cheat. So that's going to be belt, 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 splitter, 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 splitter. 4 for splitters, 4 for belt, that's correct. So we're going to need iron to come up. It's not ideal. Belt's going to come out. These need gear wheels and engines, and they can't share. But they could share with the one we're going to have here, so pull that line out. Split this further over. That's gear wheels into there. To these. Yeah. They don't need them, that's fine. That's iron. Might be nice to have them the other way round. What's the... That's 1 second and that's half second, so no, let's do this way. That's going to put belt into them, so they are missing engines. We need to come over the top. Can spot another problem already. The output. How's that doing? That just needs an output. So we do have an empty belt there, which could be where we bring the iron in. In fact, that's iron, isn't it? Yeah. Why don't we send that up and over, assuming The amount of iron required for half of the engines, yeah, is less than a whole belt. Can go up to there. Can't get it under here neatly. And I do like neatness, even though this is like mostly, or generally, a temporary arrangement what we got going on here, but still. Gonna move that back one. And that's gonna go... Ooh, no, that doesn't work. Back another one. They're gonna both be up here, so that's the one going down there. This one is going down there, so it can go under there so that this can turn that corner nice and neat. Run into there. Good. That's fine. That means we can get an output from these. Runs. Into a chest like that, in line with the other one. All a bit of a squeeze, but we're doing okay. That just leaves us needing to sort out the underground again, which is... What have we got running down here that we can use? That's... engines? No. It's gear wheels, which we don't need. Engines are running on that side, so they're going to need to split off. Unless I'm crazy, but we need them. We can't share any of those inputs on the left hand side. This will be difficult. There's 2 machines making the underground? No, 1 making the underground, 4 making the beams, 2 making belt. The ones making belt can take... that's gear wheels? Yeah. They don't need gear wheels. Fine. Yeah, they're not going to fit there. Doesn't matter how I do that. They're not going to fit there. They're going to have to come one further over. Two making belt. 4 making beams. 1 making underground. These both need iron in. And then they need engines in, which is this one. We've got belt out and beams out. How much of a belt of each is needed? Fraction of a belt of beams. Be a very slow recipe. And a 1/5 of a belt of... So they could share 2 seconds. It's not that slow. They can share if we do this. We'll have both belt and beams on the same going into there. It's kind of unnecessary, but it's very unnecessary because I'd like, or whatever comes next, I would generally move over a gap anyway. So let's not. Let's send them like that. For the long-handled input. Beams and belt, that can output into a chest. You know, it's not as compact as I'd like, but it's not bad. It should hopefully work. What we need, so that's iron. Need to input iron in 4 spots. We need to move all this out of the way to do that, so let's disconnect this first. While it's kind of eating through a bit of that and finishing off fluid chemistry, we'll bring the lines up. That doesn't really need that doing. Ah, no big deal. There's a split off of our copper there, so we should feed the splitters back there. Send that under all this spaghetti. There, good. It's a small bus, just 8 lanes of stuff, but it's not bad going. This is very, very slow, isn't it? Can I make more labs to speed this up? Or do I need a bit more copper? I mean, that's perhaps another thing we should have machines making. We don't need many labs in total, but it is such a long chain of handcrafting to get any. Crazy. That's the point. Krastorio 2, that's what it does. Makes those production chains really long. And we're doing almost filled that box in with drills. Make some bigger boxes now that we've got steel. I did want... I've not got like circuit network yet, no. Or a filter inserter, or no. When this box is full, I want to pull the yellow ones in, because there are some cases where I'd like to use the yellow for the lower power consumption. But we don't really have a facility of telling it only put it in if this one's full of blue ones. Really, yeah, no. We'll need to research something to do that. We've got plenty for now, it's not a concern, it's just something I'd like it to be doing. Or feeding them into a separate area where we make long-handled ones, which is just 2 sticks plus inserter. But it's 2 sticks plus inserter per half second, and sticks are 2 per half second, so it's just like machine. Kind of tempting to do, but we need, like I say, circuit network to control it, doing it right. Just gonna leave that there as like a little reminder that we can do it at some point, somehow. Fluid chemistry's done, so let's, I guess, unlock. Let's unlock the green now. Not going to immediately make any, but let's get them unlocked with the residual chips that we're creating here, tech cards. Double the speed, which I'm not sure will do much, but it'll do something. Check how is power. We're good. Everything's like stopped because the outputs are full, so power consumption's okay, but I would like to expand it soon so I don't have to worry about it. What would I need? Well, a bunch of steam engines, yeah, which... So that's something we should have a machines making as well, God. Let's set it handcrafting while we're not handcrafting anything else. We want 20 boilers, 40 steam engines. Need a little bit of coil as well. There we go. We'll need an offshore pump. Need to replenish our basic pipe. And we've got like the inserters. We could use burner inserters again. We did use burners for this, I think. It increases, obviously the burners will use up coal. Probably not as efficient as using that coal to make electrical for the yellow inserters, I'd guess. That's green chips unlocked, so we can, for example, get radar, which I really want, once we have some green chip production lined up, which we'll do shortly. Other interesting bits and pieces here, which is nice. The steel furnace unlock is an interesting one. We could get smelting a lot more in our current position. A lot more, but some more. And circuit networks there, so we can get it relatively soon. But for now, we'll clear through some more of the chips we've got lying on the belts with the stuff we can research. Just the two first tech cards. Looks like productions. It's just slowed down. Not backlogged there anymore. Start picking up anything that has worked its way through. Just don't want to fill my inventory with like tech cards and stuff we can't actually use. I know it'd only be temporary, but still. Rather clear it through for a bit. It's in my head regarding like the size of what we can do with this much smelting. I was figuring it, based on that much smelting, but anything that fills up and backlogs means we can use those materials for other things. So we'll get quite a lot done before needing to go and like plug in another field of mining. Where I could put that's better. Go over here. That's iron, isn't it? Yeah. So yes, we move them somehow. We'll put it here, like that. Make a bit more wire when we get round to it. That's fine. Can do this if we output priority left. Ooh, good. So that means if they're able to run towards making the fast ones, they will. If they're not able to, they'll come this way and we'll make long-handed ones. Go into a chest next to these, I guess. Then we just need to tell it can't do either of those. Split off into that chest. Can do, I guess, by splitting it again. Not really there because it will run into that one. Get round there some other way. Or we make a mess here. Not a mess, a bit of spaghetti. A lot of spaghetti. Priority right. Go under. And they can go there. So it will prioritise making the fast inserters. If the fast inserter storage is full, it will backlog up and make long-handled inserters. If that machine can't take any more input, then they go into the regular storage. So we've got blue, red and yellow inserters all being stocked up on in the right priority order, which is nice. This is very slow. Let's tear it up. We can get on with things. Yes, all this as well. We might as well take this out. Oh, we've been struck by a meteor. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Meteors are quite regular, falling on the planet, and it's too early in the tech tree for us to defend against them. So, well, I would have liked to have had a protection over the starting area. There isn't one, and we've lost 18 buildings to a meteor strike. Over in one of the smelting cells, so I need to go repair that. See what the damage is. Oh, that's, yeah. Doing some repair packs. Is that even unlocked? What we have? I don't think we can repair all this without them. And I don't want to leave it damaged because it's ugly. I guess we have to actually take the meteorites away. Hasn't provided ghosts to rebuild them, which is annoying. Nice if we could just run over and the robots rebuilt everything. Looks like everything that broke. Oh no, some belt there. And there. A couple inserters. That looks like it. Yeah, we just need to repair all this. Okay. Or queue that up, and then when we head over to expand the power production, we can repair all that as we go past. Take a while. It's a lot of damage. Wonder what happens if the meteor falls directly where I'm stood. Or falls onto our shelter, which I think acts as a respawn point. All that dug up. Let these finish what they're working through. I think like the tech cards I got in them. Can start pulling this over now anyway. We only need the iron for now. Till the next thing we make. There's the first two bits. They're done. Now we can reclaim some of the bigger power poles that we were using in that temporary science area. This could be a point where the 3 turns into 2 actually, looking at how it's eating it up now. Although again, if it backlogs, it's kind of irrelevant. Yeah, it's a waste of belt, I guess, to keep running this as 3, even though we know the amount of iron at this point is less. But if everything backlogs, it can become 3 belts again. Use further on. Run out of splitters. Okay, just before we get the materials in to make more. Let's just handcraft some on the end of that chain, so we can borrow some from somewhere else. Just to get this moving. Yeah, not really. Okay, no big deal. Have to wait for our handcrafting to catch up to get that done. Well, that one I guess we can just temporarily feed in. Do the same here, I guess, for now. Plug them in direct. Not enough iron making it this far, but still. Interesting. Might need some stages in the middle. That's missing some. That could be contributing to that shortage on the inside line. And yes, we need to balance belt the sides. We've done it with the gears. They're on all sides, but not with the engines. So, oh, that's because this side isn't working and that side is. So they will be balanced when we get iron down that run. Okay, that's fine. Some of the other things around here won't be balanced, I guess. Not sure how important it is. Not very from the looks of it. They're all okay on one side. The input is far too slow like that. We can, because it's down the end here, run it round into a fast inserter. Should do a better job. Yeah, it's better. It's not going red now. So we may have problems with the splitters not getting the gears in fast enough. We'll have to check that when this starts to flow properly. We're making belt. It's a success. These are missing some inserters. Belt goes in. Splitter comes out. Good. And splitter goes into chest. And underground goes into chest. Yep, great. That's good to progress. Got there before we could handcraft them, which is nice. Fix this one that didn't have all of the splits. Still may need something that's in between them, pushing them to the inside. See how it all flows. That's that one. Good. We're going to need a few of these kind of things to go increase our electricity production. Go do that now. Then we'll come back and set up production of assembly machines. Labs, I don't think we will, because we're not really going to use that many. Maybe pipe would probably be a good idea. Don't know about greenhouse. That's going to use quite a few, but I don't really know how many. And crushers and things like that. You should definitely set up assembly machine. That's for sure. Chemical plant. Steam engine. Don't think so. I think we can. Yeah, a lot of those we'll just deal with as we come to them, whether we need them. I'll do pipes, assembly machines, and then back to science. I might not have enough repair packs for this. Let's make some more. I don't have enough repair packs to do the repairing myself because the bots are taking them all away from me. That's fine. I'll let them do it. They're not moving, must be some more bits of belt missing there. That inserter there. So it would be nice if they put a ghost into place for things that get struck. Get easier to know what needs rebuilding. There, that's everything repaired, everything moving. I think. No, need to set the recipe on the furnaces that got rebuilt. It's an annoying part of the mod to set the recipe on smelters. Looks okay to me. Let's head up and expand our electrical production. Meteorite that fell very close to our shelter. Some pipe there. Let's take that. Don't need any of them things. Okay, so we're going to do another one like this, but I've done the power poles different to how I did last time, so we need to just find where the next one lines up right. We get these few little trees and dead trees out of the way first as well. Okay, then we're copying that. That's where the power poles line up. That leaves like a one tile gap to run between them. That's pretty good by me. Perfect. Want them to be kind of the same place so that things look neat. It's going to come over this way. Somewhere we've got a pump, offshore pump. There. Which needs power supplying to it. Of course it doesn't line up nicely, just like the other one didn't. Got no landfill. Come back and tidy that. When we get bigger power poles, I guess. Oh, we've got a spare, let's do it. Why not? We got everything we need. We've got more power poles, yeah. Half some more, why not? Enough burner inserters on me as well, so yeah, let's do another set with burner inserters, I guess. Why not? The reason not to is they consume 94 kilowatts of coal. And the electric one consumes 14 kilowatts of electricity made from coal. So actually the yellow ones are better than using a burner inserter, because the amount of coal the burner inserter takes could be fed into the boiler instead. They're not powered when they are down here. Oh, because they're burner inserters down here, so they're not powered. I don't have enough poles to cover that with the bigger ones, so we're going to have to put in temporary messy poles and tidy it up later. Should I replace the ones down here as well? I'd like to have some supply that doesn't rely on electricity to make electricity. I think I'll leave those ones as is. Split that off now instead, and then run the two lines that are supposed to come this way. Do the same there. Double our potential power, give me more room to just develop things out without having to come worry about it. But this be different somehow, probably. Over this side we're forcing everything to the right hand side to squish it all together. Then when it comes round, it's therefore prioritising the smelting. I don't necessarily want to prioritise either. I guess keeping the power going is more important than smelting. It's harder to tell, I guess, when we've got a problem if the smelting stops, but whereas getting the power cut is an immediate sign we need to fix our power. I think it should be prioritising left. So we're doing this to squish them together, and then I think up here we should like do the opposite. Prioritise left instead. For as much as that's actually going to do. Let's feed some of the junk I got in my inventory on our way past. so let's head back to the end of the bus and set up. Let's do pipe. That's easy. Just plate and then pipe plus plate. And iron beams with iron plate. I'm not sure about storage tank. We need to do that many of them. Don't know, maybe. This is like an upgraded one we're going to end up using instead. Let's do some. We look at like a statistical planning for doing it. I'm not sure we'll do more than a machine of each. Pipes. We want to be making regular old pipe. Don't know how much. And pipe to ground. Pipe to ground on there, then pipe. Break that out and add the pipe. So to make 1 per second would be half of an underground machine. Yeah, it's the same as vanilla. It's 10 pipe machines to 1 underground. So we'll have 1 underground, but feed it with fewer pipes in order to make it slower, but fine. I mean, like 2 would be fine. This is like the same as vanilla. So I just want leave a gap, I guess. I've got one to work in. Pipe, pipe, underground pipe. I guess, unless we can. No, let's do this. Underground pipe, so that we can output them directly into storages. And iron in. That can go under so that we can pipe out, pipe in. This isn't ideal, but it doesn't look like we've got a problem, so that's fine. Same here, these two aren't actually outputting, but these aren't starved either. That's because they're not getting gear wheels fast enough. Need to use these long poles to get extra inserters on all of these till we can get some kind of a fast long-handled inserter. It's not the well, not necessarily the ideal layout for fast production of stuff. I see a lot of like other people playing Factorio doing completely different approaches, but obviously mine's based around having this square grid of poles, which is completely unnecessary. But I like it. I think that'll be fine. That needs. Well, let's do that instead then to get iron to both of them. That's fine. We just need to feed iron in and job done on that one. Though it looks like there's not a lot of iron available. Need it to backlog on creating the belts, I guess, before we can have enough iron to do anything else. Not really coming in full either. It's interesting. It's being pulled off here. So one thing we could do is create a system at the end of the steel that ensures when the steel is backlogged. So make sure the iron is feeding the steel, and then when that's good, feed this iron, surplus iron, back into the belt. When we've got circuit network, we can do something like that. Don't think we can do that with splitters. Not in the way I want to. But yeah, we're out of iron. We've used all the iron we're smelting, so we need things to backlog before we can do anything else. Just okay, fine. We'll lay out the production for assembly machines, and when things backlog, we'll be making them. Make sure covering the bus with the right poles everywhere. There we go. And let's set this up. We don't need to look at pipes. That was easy. It's no longer relevant. The rest of it is currently being used, so I won't delete it yet. We want to make assembly machine. Which is just going to be level 1 assembly machines. Yeah, again, don't know how many. Probably a very small number if it's a slow recipe. Yeah, 1 per 2 seconds is one machine. That's kind of good, I guess, depending on the other inputs. So let's explode out. Simplest to hardest, I guess. Let's try that. Gear wheels, motors, assembly machines. Motors need gear wheels, cable, either that's complicated. Then burner assembly machine needs just automation core. Stone brick is on the belt, on the bus. Automation core needs sticks and wheels and a bit of copper, which is on the bus. So that's not too bad. Not quite round numbers anywhere. Lost some more buildings to another meteor. Pretty much the same place. That's frustrating. There's a very big planet. The meteors don't always need to land so damn close to us. I don't like being distracted from what I'm doing to go and repair stuff. I mean, ultimately in the future we can have Roboport coverage everywhere with robots and repair packs that will just come and redo everything, but if it provides some of the ghosts to do it with. Having to run over and fix these things is very frustrating. So we'll see as it goes. Or, you know, at some point we'll research meteor defences and we won't have to worry about it. Yeah, they're still using all my packs. We need to make more, really. What do we need? Stone. None of that near here. I think. Kind of dug up all the rocks. Let's just hope they can repair everything with what they got. Almost there. Yeah, good. No, what's that? Oh, alert was just delayed, that's fine. They've just, yeah, barely had, almost finished that repair, the last repair pack off, so barely had enough. It's not outputting, interesting. Outside belt isn't full in some patches. Even though we've got a backlogged belt here, that shouldn't be happening. Pushing it and then maybe it pushes it to the right, but those are full coming into it. Interesting. Don't know why, like, patchiness up there. Stopped now, but this belt needs to be spread between all of them. I guess where this is pushing right, but it can't actually make it in. And that's something, when you're considering statistically how this functions, you kind of miss. Prioritise right on the splitter doesn't force a full belt on the right. The only way to do that is to cut the line in front of it, because then everything is going that way. when you've got the line in front of it, it only fills in a gap. So if there is iron on the left and not on the right, it will fill it in. If there is iron on the left and the right, it won't push it in. Even if, like, just behind that iron there's a gap, it doesn't wait. It pushes it forward. So this isn't actually shoving everything to the right hand side. You still have gaps in. And equally here, the same deal. They need to be open. Which means this first splitter isn't creating the optimal opportunity for this line to feed in. What we might want to do is do it twice. Like that, to give it two opportunities to force it into a gap. There's still not a guarantee that it will. I don't even. You'd have to use some kind of circuit network analysis to like pause the splitter unless whatever. This priority isn't guaranteeing that everything gets moved over, and therefore can't guarantee that the belts will be full all the time. Okay, so where were we before that meteor fell? Still down the end here, looking at the planner. So one machine of assembly machines needs half of a machine of burners, which is 2 and 1. 0.8 of a machine of electric motors. So I mean, yeah, it might be nice to make this 2 machines so that it's 1 machine of burners, but then it'd be 1.6 machines of electric motors. You'd need to do 5 times as much to get to a round number, which we're not going to do. It's just a bit annoying that they're not round numbers by default. Easily divisible numbers. But no big deal. It's a total of 2.5 machines making gear wheels. So let's do 3 machines making gear wheels. Although with this, we might do it differently, like feed them directly in or something. Possibly with these kind of ratios. Kind of prefer that idea. So let's start with burner assembly machine, 2 automation core, 2 gear wheel, 1 iron stick. So they're going to be like, do them all in a row. 1 iron stick, 2 gear wheel, 2 automation core. There it is. They're going to feed directly into them. Those need iron. And that's going to output onto a line that's also got copper on only the inside. It's not great. That would only really work if we get it on the fast inserters, so... Well, I don't know, it depends on the time. 2 seconds? It would be better if we get it on fast inserters. On this side. So that'll output to there, and this will be copper on the inside only. They just need to output to there. That's going to make automation cores, which need to go into one factory. Why don't we put that up here as well? Making burner assembly machine. Also needs iron. It's stone and brick. And one more over. And that's going to output burner assembly machines. Then we want to make small electric motors, which is 1 gear to copper cable. How much is that copper cable using? Belts. 0.2 of a copper belt, and then 0.2 of a copper belt there, so that's less than half, so they should be able to grab from that side. We need 2 inserters to make the cable, then 1 making gear wheels, is that right? Yep, 1 making the motor. Let's move them down. That can go straight in there, and it needs an iron input. Which, this is iron. Run that somewhere around here. Let's go with there. That inserter's not powered. Have I got 1 spare pole? Let's use it. Good. That'll get. That needs iron plate as well. Ah, okay. That changes this then. Kind of want to move that to that side. Run the underground there. That can probably change back. No, it can't. That's fine. That's going to run like that. That one will grab it into there, that one will grab it into there. Then we just need to get the gear wheels in between the two, like that. But the output of the small electric motors, so swap them over. Ins on there and the outs on there. Output of there, which might as well join that. So that's a shared belt with motors and burner assembly machines. Just need to add 2 machines making iron gear wheels and 1 making the actual stuff, which can go over here. That's fine. Just need to get the iron over there. I mean, that's iron at the moment, but I'm not sure we can wiggle it around again particularly well. So I think we pull off iron again. That's not ideal. Do that better. I don't think we can. Want that machine got 3 inputs it needs. We want like iron in on the short, gear wheels out on the short, and in on the short. Then there's like a shared belt coming in from the top. Which I guess I do like that. The iron will go under there for that, so that's iron. Stone, copper, iron again. This is, yeah, backed up. Something must have filled, so we're starting to back up on there, which is nice. It's actually making, like, the pipe, for example. That's iron, and that is also iron. copper all the way over, so they should be undergroundies. The copper and the stone bricks are needed. Which stone bricks are on the outside. Lucky I've got so much belt. Okay, so that is copper. Then we need to go this somehow. That just needs to go under. How did I pull it off before? Make sure it's kind of consistent, I guess. Cleared a big gap between them. Okay. A bigger gap over here. Was it touching on the right hand side? So that goes back one. Go back to that. There we go. So we just need the actual output of the machines into a chest. Very nice. Then we're definitely going to need to turn a corner before we can do any more building. I guess we head north, so that we're not folding it onto itself. That means the stone is the outside. We need to turn after that. That can go there. Just fine. The others will come here. That should go under. Should that. So we can run through, and then we just need to get the steel caught up with the rest of the line. It's not been so popular. Oh, whoops. That needs to turn into the inserter so it doesn't do that. Another meteor strike this time. We didn't lose anything. Good. Okay, some stones that are going to get in our way. Oh, and an underground pipe we might want to adjust a little there as well. Why don't we do the easy option? Get the robots to do it. Why am I taking damage? So that meteorite they just picked up had uranium in it, which I guess I can't carry safely. Glad I worked that out before it killed me. Interesting idea. Can I safely throw it into a box? Looks like it. So I guess you need some kind of special armor or something to handle uranium or other radioactive materials that may be in the mod. Interesting one. Yeah, that's all good. Let's carry on bringing this up. Then we need to start with the basic research chips still, I think. And we haven't finished all of the research for it, so we do. Yeah, we've still got a long way to go that requires the basic one, so we'll need that. First 3 science. I want... There's a lot of chips still to come. Wow, all those different research cards we're going to need. Basic tech card. I don't know how many, let's say 60 for now, we can change it. Automation tech card, same rate I guess. And logistics tech card. Next chemical, military, chemical and rocket are the next 3. Which are some way off, that's fine. That one and that one. So to make 1 per second we need 8 machines. It's not too bad. See what that means for the other ingredients before we decide whether to shrink it or not. So this one needs copper cable, wood, which we will make with sand. Sand is made from crushing stone. To make that we need to make wood, make sand. It's fine. But that will be a crusher. That's what we've got unlocked. And that's good. That will only be a couple of greenhouses. That's fine. Yeah, that's not bad at all. Only half a machine making a cable as well. Interesting. But yeah, that's so few machines making the actual ingredients to get 8 machines making the card. I guess it's very slow. They are all very slow recipes. That's good. I'm kind of happy with that ratio. So let's take a look at the red ones. If we do the same. Blank tech card and automation core. Blank tech card needs copper cable, iron plate. That's fine. Automation core needs sticks and gears. All low numbers, all fine. Might even double it, to be honest. Kind of tempted to. But yeah, let's see the green one before we decide on that. Gear wheel, again, simple thing. Electronic circuits, a bit more complicated. We'll do the one using stone. And blank tech cards again, which we can probably combine with the ones that we're stamping the red stuff on. Circuit needs copper cable, stone tablet, and gear wheel is gear wheel. So just the green alone would be, yeah, very little. Still, one machine doing that. I want to double it. So we edit that and call it 120 instead. And we're going to need, well, we're making machines, so we're going to have them available. That's the whole point of doing it. So 16 of each is a lot of machines, but it's still a pretty good ratio of the things going into it. So where do we start? Let's do basic tech card first, as that doesn't share anything, or doesn't share much with the others. So let's get that one done, which is one machine making copper cable, 3 greenhouses, a crusher. Not bad. Tato, hello, afternoon to you. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing good today. Having a good weekend. I am cold mostly. It's a shame. Yeah, I saw this morning actually when I got up. It looked like it had snowed. It was August frost really, but it was really white outside. Still cold around the place, isn't there? Just must change soon. It'd be nice to get a bit warmer. Just a bit. Okay, let's do like first machine, the 3 greenhouses with the crusher. Do I have any? I've got 2 spare ones. We need 1 more greenhouse and a crusher. Got this set up here already, so in fact we can share that crusher. because it's like a fraction that it's using. Is that still here? Yeah. It's using 0.18 of a machine, and we need 0.07 of a machine, so if we share it, we'll still only be using a quarter. And this line of, which isn't actually coming far enough, this line of sand is going to come into the back of where we're putting these. I wonder about the water as well. That'd be pretty well lined up to just feed it through to 3 new machines. I mean, these are fine because they're backlogged, obviously, so can't really tell if there's a problem. So I say we give it a go. Feed the water through these machines before they go into those ones for the coke production. Does mean I need to move that uranium. 1, 2, 3, and then connect up that end, connect up this end. It'd be nice if we could move these, the span bus like that. There we go. Let's not die to the uranium. We are going to need a medium power pole, which I've got none left. Okay, so we're going to need awkward little poles, I guess, until I can create medium ones. That's going to put the sand in. Set the recipe on this. Sand plus water equals wood. Going to need the same on this side, aren't we? Awkward little poles. Not where I want them, but there we go. It's fine. There's wood. And the rest for that is, so 1 machine making copper cable, and then 16 machines making the tech cards. So yeah, let's put the 1 machine making copper cable here, and then 2 rows of 8, I guess. Go grab assembly machines if we've managed to make any, if there's been sufficient iron getting in, which there has. Good. Yeah, 200 of them. Good. Okay, do with moving all this to the right, closer to the bus, because we've worked very close to it there, so I would actually like to move these over 1. That can be replaced with a little pipe. That's going to come 1 further down. That needs to come over. There we go. Needed. Those kind of are. Or won't be actually if we move them down as well. That's going to make basic tech card. And they need 2 inputs. Could we share belt with that? What's the input rate? They need 0.13 of each. 0.13 of wood. 0.1. Yeah, very very little, and a very slow output as well, even with 16 of them. So we can. Don't like machines that aren't 3x3. I'll put a copper cable. So there'll be copper plates in. This will. I won't. Move it over. Line that back up. Let's bring the wood to the right instead. we do this? Copper cable, copper plate in, copper cable out. Combine them here. That down the middle. Send the output the other way. Other way, that's output, output, and input. Fine, just need to go grab some more belt from where we're keeping it. Plug in some copper. And set the recipes here. There we go. Where is belt? There is belt. Do we need anything else? Not really. Perfect. So yeah, then labs will go in this gap at the back, I guess, but let's get the other type of tech card being created first. That's good, that's the first one done. Then I want to, I guess, create the blank ones now, and then stamp them with red, and then stamp them with green. I suppose the only issue with that is, well, we just need to split the output, which is quite easily done into two different lanes with a splitter. If the blank ones ran past the red into the green, then they might not make it to the green, I guess. No, they would eventually, but it wouldn't be ideal. Still. 3.2 making the cards and 1 making the cable. So 1 making cable, 3.2 making the cards. That's in, and then they need iron in as well. Yeah, so let's have iron there. Copper will be there somehow. Yeah, that's fine. This, yeah, we're missing long-handled inserters, that's fine, we'll go grab some in a second. That's not what I meant. That's what I meant, there we go. And then, yeah, we just need the outputs of these. Which we don't have the power coverage to do that with. This is a little silly, but I'm going to do it. I don't know, long-handled should be okay, shouldn't it? Create 5 each time, which is, I guess, the annoying thing, but they've got 2 seconds to get all 5 out. So we should swap it around because the input is smaller than the output within that time frame. So I'm going to move these back 1. It'll be long handled in, short handled out. Some way of balancing them, good, but it's not space with the inserters there. Well, no big deal. We'll work that out in a bit. Let's go grab some long-handled inserters out. Inventory is full of junk. Wow. Yeah, don't really know what to do with any of that. I'll make some repair packs, shouldn't I? Ready for the next time we get struck by a meteor. Grab a few of them, get them moving again. Grab some... Should have put those drills away, I guess, never mind. Grab another stack of splitters and underground on the way past, just keep us going a bit longer. All good. Okay. So now we want to stamp some of these, well, half of them in red. Just going to take just an automation core, which is, yeah, one stick, one wheel, one automation cores. Try and just do all that together. So they just need iron. Get them onto a shared belt somehow. Yeah, with a splitter. T right. Will that work? Well, until it backlogs and then it'll cause a problem. No. Move that over one. Like that. That also needs copper plate, which isn't readily available anywhere else. We could move that over. Or not. That's iron. That can be copper. That'll be fine. Let's bring them up and plug them in. Like that. There we go. Then yeah, we just need their output, which is not powered on that side, so let's move that over. Output there. They feed into 16 machines making red tech cards. Of course. We just need blank cards and automation cores. It's nice and simple, at least. Get them down the middle on a shared belt. Can we? I assume we can because of the slow rate of it. Yeah, that's 0.027 of a belt of automation cores. 133 of blank cards, so that's fine. They're going to be there. Come one further away and split in half. There. Let's add another row of power to the grid. So that left-hand lane is going to carry on for green stamping. This one's going to come down the middle of here. Head out on that side. However that ends up going. Just made me think this needs to go one further. And those are wrong, right? That should be input. There we go. So the same as what we want in the red one. So yeah, they'll take in those and they'll make the red ones perfect. So now we just need to stamp some green ones as well. Put the labs somewhere, work out how that's going to work. 2 meteors, nothing destroyed. Okay, so green one's slightly more complicated, as you'd expect. Gear wheels, 2 machines, nice and easy. Electronic circuits made from 2 machines doing that. 1 making stone tablets, 3 making cable. Not sure if they're all going to fit in one neat row or not, but we can give it a go. Do the electronic circuits and then gear wheels can be after or whatever. So 3 of them, 1 of them, 2 of them. Cable 1, stone tablet. Then that recipe of the electronic circuits. I don't know, we've got wood nearby, but I don't. Nah, keep with the stone. That's what we've done so far. It's better, I think. Copper in, cable out. Stone in, tablet out. How much cable are we making here? We're making 0.4 of a belt. 0.133 of a belt of tablets, so they can share. And if we find a way to join them. Same deal, I guess. Move that one over. Run them across here. 2 inputs for that. They come out the other side. Now we just need to get stone into there. Copper into there. Come back and find where stone is waiting for us. Should just be round the corner. Split that there. Nice. And then yeah, 2 making iron gear wheels. Yes. Which would be nice if we can fit them here for keeping things condensed. We just need to bring iron over to them, which should have 1 row here to run that down. Do that, bring it in. And they can output on this side onto shared belt with them, if that's okay. 0.133 of them and 0.133 of them won't be a problem at all, which is great. Does present a little issue coming up, but we'll place that out and then we can see what that is. We've got 3 inputs to make the green cards, which is different, new. So we won't be able to do the same layout we've just done. We will need a line down the outside, which we don't have on this edge at the moment. See what kind of solution we can come up with. So ideally these would go here. 16 of them. Making logistics tech cards. They'd have, yeah, that's going to be a problem. Can't fit 3 things on the same belt. Can do some kind of spaghetti with undergrounds, but I don't think that's worth it.
We're doomed!
Hello there. It's Aurex Rory Rover. Thank you very much for the raid. Really appreciate that. Nice to see you. Welcome in everyone, all the raiders who are joining. Hope you've had a nice stream. I had a good time together playing Anno 1800. I have seen you doing that before. Good, glad you've had a good one. Welcome in.
Greetings.
And thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. I'm Wormslayer, as you can see. I like to play games where you build stuff. That's kind of what I get up to here. Didn't have any wars this time. That's good. I must say, in Anno, I'm not enjoying wars in general. I'm trying to avoid them too. Not as fun as the building part of it, really, for sure. Like making the cities and stuff, which, like I say, that's what I enjoy most in most games. Made to go to war. Yeah, by chat or by the AI, because the AI have forced me into a couple that I'd rather have avoided, but I guess it's just the game, both. Yeah. Hi there, Timmy, nice to see you, and Pixie Bella, nice to see you too. Welcome in, really nice to have you here. We're pushing my brain a bit, like we tend to do at the moment. I think most of the games I'm playing are pushing my brain. This is a modded Factorio run we're doing. Krastorio 2, space exploration, and a few other like quality of life mods to help with that. We're a short way in. This is a second session in it, so I haven't done a huge amount. I can show you a map of the base. Been live for 6 hours. Yeah, no trouble at all. Thank you very much for raiding in. Really do appreciate it. And yeah, enjoy your food and taking a break and stuff. Thank you. You wanted the money. And yeah. Wanted money. AI didn't like it. Yeah, the AI are a bit picky, and I had one of the AI where I thought I'd just start like economically overtaking them, and they just declared war. And then another one where I tried the same and they didn't care at all and just let me do it. So it can be a bit of a mixed bag, but there you go. Factorio's game you don't think you could understand. Vanilla Factorio is less complicated than Anno 1800 is. I would say that for sure. This, what we're doing now with the mods, more complicated, definitely. Because it's adding like extra depth and extra steps. But on the face of it, Factorio looks a lot more complicated than it is. The fundamentals behind it are much the same as Anno is. And the information, perhaps not quite so readily available, but you learn about it, and it's not too bad. I mean, why don't we'll run over and look at some things that we've built so far in the base, and then we'll come back in this direction and finish off what we're in the middle of. But it'd be nice to show everyone what we're up to at the moment, what we've done so far. Basic process is still the same as many building games. We dig up raw materials from a patch of raw materials, then we feed them into a machine that does something to them, and feed the output of that machine into another machine, and then another machine, and keep going until you get what you're trying to create. You know, with other bits on the side, things you've got to worry about, like your power production. There is a military side to the game, but we have that disabled in this run. I didn't want to make it too strenuous for me, and same as in Anno, I don't enjoy the military aspect of Factorio, so I don't do it. We've got at the top end of our base a little power production, so down here in the bottom left you can see a patch of coal, which we've got some drills on. They perform the action of creating coal. These ones here with the red dots have stopped working. I'm going to take them away. But these ones with the green dot are currently functioning. They have like a process here. Whenever it reaches the end, a bit of old coal appears outside, and we place these belts onto the ground to carry them around. So they get carried up this way. Some of them go into this setup of boilers and steam engines. So we boil water, use the steam to generate electricity in this little patch up here. Not too bad. And all these poles we're running past then carry the electricity to the rest of the base. First stage we have of the base is where we smelt. So equally down here in the bottom right, we're using drills to get iron ore out of the ground, and that runs on these belts into this like configuration that I like. The two ingredients are put in here, so coal creates fuel level, and this is like, you know, like Minecraft or something. You got a fuel level, then iron ore goes in, iron plates come out, and these little inserter machines perform that function, pick it up and put it in. So they pick up the coal and the iron ore from the outside, feed it into the machine, pick up the iron plate from the machine and feed it onto this belt, which runs further into our factory. And that's repeated for like a whole bunch of iron plates, and then also some copper plates. So, you know, again, similar to Minecraft or any other game, there are multiple raw resources that you process in different, well, same way sometimes. When the production area starts, we have like assembly machines. They perform the same concept. This one takes iron plates from the belt I've run to the left of it. They get put in by the inserter. It performs a function which turns them into iron gear wheels and outputs them the other side. Then a whole bunch of iron gear wheels get fed through this spaghetti of belts and inserters and machines. And somewhere towards the end, all of this outputs a box full of the little blue inserter machines that you can see here. So we got like a whole bunch of them by feeding different elements into different machines in that area. That's where the complexity adds in. That's the bit that looks really scary and complicated. Different things have different recipes, as you'd expect. And you plug each little part of the recipe together to create the end goal. That's not very different to any other game that doesn't quite look so scary, but I do get it. When you look at all of that running together, it looks complicated. And it is complicated, to be honest, especially in this mod. It adds extra levels to every stage, which is, you know, it's the point of it. I wanted a challenge, and it's pushing the brain, so it's doing the right thing. What we're currently dealing with are the green research tech cards. We've generated all of the materials required to create them, so or have we? Not quite. Need to plug in some iron here. Just place down the belts to run the iron up here. Use these mechanisms to like combine multiple lines together or split them apart. In this case, we're trying to force as much iron as possible into this bit that sticks off the side. What we've got here is a belt, transportation belt, that's going to have electronic circuits on one side of it and iron gear wheels on the other. And over here we've got blank tech chips. We need to put all three of those things into this machine, and it will create us a green logistical tech card. So I'm just trying to work out how we get them all in and get the tech cards out when I've squished all this a bit too close together, probably. So we can have input with short and long, so we could have those running in like that, and the output will come out the other side, which I don't really have lined up well because this is in the way. If we moved that, like we can go underground here. No, we can't because that won't reach. We can go underground on the other side. Through the gap and under there. Going that there instead. We just need to move them down to here as well. Our iron plate will run under the undergrounds there, around the corner under there, and out to this side of the machine, and that will continue functioning, and that frees up that lane here for output, let's say. We'll run it that way. They're going to go that way. Then they're going to have inputs. That will be a mirror of it. Same thing on the other side. You can do a copy paste of that layout. Helpful little construction robots will put everything into place for us. Meteor has just struck our base again, which is part of this mod that is a little bit frustrating at the moment. Trying to get my head around these production lines, it's I keep getting hit by meteors and distracting me. But never mind, we'll just run over and fix whatever it did. Landed on top of our machines that are making our inserters. That one's kind of not in our way, I don't think. Just get this rock out. So now I've learned there's a chance of getting uranium when you take the meteorites away, and we can't safely carry uranium, so I need a box ready where I can throw that uranium if it has any inside. That one didn't, so that was fine. That machine was another one of them. Let's repair that, or rebuild that. Repair head. Yeah, nothing's damaged. Everything's rebuilt. Okay, we can go back to what we were on. Okay, so these are going to come further up. One's going to plug into that side, the other into the other side. You can see the machines grab all the different bits. Slowly, but there we go. And then yeah, that will start creating green cards. Perfect. Green card outputs we're going to run into each other. So we get one line of them. I guess they come this way. The red ones come under as well. Let's move that one further out. And I guess we'll do what we would do in vanilla and have like a sushi belt system in this gap for the labs that do the research. Speed this up, get the robots to do the digging. Okay, we need power. And we'll need labs. We don't have many yet, but make do with what we got for now. There's a spacing. Could we go that far? It's 2, 4, 6, 8. That's kind of central. Okay, we'll do rows of 8. Bring one belt around there. It's on the near side on that side. I want it on the far side on this side. To get more belt to build with. Oh, and we can empty some of this junk in my inventory into these machines. Some of it. Yeah, but not all of it. Fine. So that's the near loop. It's going to go into them. create some more labs to fill in these blueprints shortly. In fact, can I build any now? No. Some copper. That's the wrong way of doing that, isn't it? They should be... Don't need that side input for that. Should be up one more. Can be there. And those can look the same? No. What am I confused by here? Alternate rows. There should be another row there. Which should look like that one. And then that's fed from a long handled on the back. Is making more sense to me now. Just add another row of poles in there. Okay, so we need a second loop for the other type of card, which is going to be there's one that goes on the far side of here, near side and far side there. I think we might have to do it different in the mod, but I'm not sure. This, I mean, we'll do it how I usually do it for now. But there's one there and there, and there. So I want to use that one, I think. Which go under there. Further out. Under there. These machines are fed with the long one. The same as that row. Those take the short input there. Good. So yeah, some labs missing from the picture, but that will feed them okay. We just need to bring the actual cards in. So that one could go on the outside of there. Isn't ideal lining up. They can go to the outside of that one. They can go... Move that over one. Cut under there and go to the inside of that one. There's some junk out. Good. Start switching on all the labs as they get what they want, and our research in the top right should continue flowing now. Now that we've rebuilt all this. Got all the inputs done. What's that warning? Missing labs. Let's create some of them then. Just grab a bunch of ingredients from over here, I guess. Small motors and automation cores would help. How many do I want there? 8, 16, 20 would be nice. There we go. They're queued up. I'm going to dump these rare materials in with the uranium. It's all good. What next then? It's interesting stuff. We've added on creation of belt, underground belt, splitters, pipes, and we've re-enabled science production and added green on the end of it, so we're going to progress a bit more now. Other than setting up production of other miscellaneous stuff we might use, I'm inclined to look for new sources of ore and get them plugged in some fashion, perhaps, or I guess we can redesign the current smelting to be more efficient. One thing I should do is take a quick break. It's not a bad idea. We're 2 hours 20 minutes in and I haven't yet, and this is a good point to just leave some research going or some things being produced. So let's park myself near here and we'll take a quick 4 or 5 minutes is all. Just stretch my legs and refill the drink or whatever else needs doing at this point. So yes, a few minutes, I'll come back. We will we'll carry on developing, doing a bit more research now so we can unlock alternative machines, more efficient ones, and look at what we might improve. So more factory to grow. I'll see you all shortly. Hello there everyone, I am back. Legs are a bit more awake now, which is always a nice feeling. So let's have a look. And you can tell the big difference between this set of mods and the vanilla game, in that in the vanilla game, if I asked for 20 labs and walked away for 5 minutes, they'd be done. And these are nowhere near done, so it's definitely slower. Okay, that research we were doing is finished. We can pick another one. We're now actually supplying green for the first time, so we've got a lot new options. We can get loaders, which are useful for moving stuff in and out of machines. Could get landfill, which is nice for getting rid of the water that's in our way, but not so important. The medium electric poles would be useful, as would improved furnaces. Circuit network we can use, but it's not so important. Level 2 assembly machines might be nice. We don't really have the material to feed them yet. Radar I really want. Upgraded belts, faster belts would be nice. We'd expand our production of them. Make them in the factory, I don't know. Gas power station, that's new to me. Burns fluid to produce energy. Don't think we're near that yet. Another upgrade to the tool belt. I think what I want most is the radar, so that we can uncover patches of ore on the map that we can go and expand out to. How far are we from researching a rail network? We just need to get logistics 2, then we can research rail. Then can get automated rail and logistics network rail and signals with the current research banks we got. I think we'll do radar so we can find the patches, then we'll research into rail to go and get them. Would be my priority sequence at the moment. So there's not much point in upgrading our furnaces because we don't have the input to actually get more out of them. I guess we need the faster belts to squeeze them through this gap. We're kind of towards the end of what we can do here. We need to go set something new up with new inputs, which, like I said, I'd like to do that by rail. Just don't know what we could do while we're waiting for them to research is the only thing. I might go tidy up some of the mining patches for the drills that have run out of ore to mine up, like the one on the corner here. Just looking for red dots, and then we'll go to all the other patches we've got and clear them up, tidy them up a bit. These poles can be tidied up, we didn't end up using them. That's all good, and then let my robots come back home. See what we got here. One on this edge is run out. Down the bottom here, let's tidy all that up. This edge very unbalanced. Be nice to move 3 of them maybe to the other side of the belt, like that. The empty ones all around the fringes, which isn't surprising. That's where there's less of the ore available. So the iron one's tidied up, I think, for now. Like the coal patch on the left here. Don't see any red dots on them. They could be all okay. Yep. Looks good. Just got copper to the north of us to check. They're all green or yellow, which is the marker on the edge of the machine is telling you how it's running. So green light means it's running with no issues at all, no problems. Everything's outputting like it should be. Yellow light means it's okay, but something is blocked. In this case, like the output chute is covered over, so the machine would be running fine if that belt in front of it was empty. And then red means it can't run. There's something more fundamentally wrong. So the yellow we don't mind about because it just means there's like a backlog in our system, and that's not a problem because that means we've got lots of resources everywhere we want them. Expanded all that to the maximum, I think. I was thinking whether we could add more smelting on top, but I don't think we can. And stone is where we started, so that's fine. We've crafted the labs that I requested by now, so we'll go fill in the gap here. That will accelerate how fast we start researching everything. Might want to make more. It's don't know if there's any way of knowing statistically how many labs will match our current production rate, but I guess you could check, like research all happens in different time frames, but if you say many of them are in 30 seconds, interesting. They process one every 30 seconds. We're producing one every 60 seconds, so no, we're not. We're producing, no, that's right, one every 60 seconds. Yeah, don't know. I guess you just kind of take a look and see if the belts are full of tech cards, we can have more labs, and if the belts are empty, then we've got too many labs and need to make more tech cards. Don't know. 24 is quite a lot of labs. It's about what I typically build in the vanilla game, which I guess in these mods should mean it's nowhere near enough and we need more, based on how they generally seem to work. Put another row in, but yeah, why don't we? Let's at least request 8 more while we're waiting for other things to get unlocked. If I request 8 more to go along the bottom here. There we go. When we've got them, we can put them down here. Pipe is in the way. Okay. We can move that. Shouldn't be in the way. Unless I'm crazy here. Oh, it's too far down. Okay. Of course. Just cut that for a moment, then we'll work out where we're going to move it to. Just down and around, I guess. Easiest thing to do. Then it's a little awkward here to connect it to that machine. Oh, why don't we connect it on that input instead? That would simplify things for us here. Kind of. There. That'll get the water flowing back where it's supposed to go. Well, that's very exciting. I've just had a notification from Twitch with my invitation to join the affiliate program, which I was expecting would come some point in the next 14 days. So it's a lot earlier than I was expecting, which is really nice. Sort that out after the stream today. Thank you, Toto. I mean, you've put in as much as I have in getting us there with the amount of hours you've watched. That's the next one we want to get towards rail. And thank you. Yeah, it's been good times. We've put a lot of effort in and stuff, and yeah, I'd agree. You know, I don't want to sound I don't know, ungrateful or something, but I'd agree. I think I have put the effort in, and we as a group of people have shown Twitch that this can work, which is really nice, really good. I appreciate all the support that everyone's put into to get us to this point. So it'll be interesting to see how things progress when I read that email later, see what they want. Research the radar, we can get some of them going. How many are we really going to want? Do I want to set up a production chain for it? Probably not. Probably just handcraft a bunch of them. What do I need to do that? Small electric motors and some automation cores. Can I just surplus of them around? There is, kind of. I'll steal them from here. I didn't want to steal those though. We did was listen while doing other things. Yeah, did work even when there's no one here. Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, commitment, perseverance, and stuff hasn't been so bad for me. You know, we've got there very quick, really. But there was a hell of a lot to learn very, very quickly to get there. And but yeah, I mean, the fact is that you cannot meet the criteria unless people watch. So people watching is a significant part of what was needed, and you guys did that, and I did the sitting here making the content and stuff, which I've probably done too much of that, but I've been enjoying it. So there, we can make 5 radars to start with. That should be enough. And I'll clear out all the junk I've just scooped up. Somehow, somewhere. Something else around here wants... Yeah, these things want the same electric motors. There we go. And that'll do for now, I guess. We've got the radars in the labs, so let's place the labs out. And then the radars, I guess I want to put them on the extreme edges of our current base so they can uncover as much as possible. Research is going nice and fast now with that many up and running, which is good. It's good to see us unlocking more things again. Let's put one radar out on this fringe, which has immediately uncovered a huge area, and we'll start uncovering more block by block. Although, yeah, no ore patches in that bit, it's just unlocked, which, crikey. I did make, this world was generated as quite an extreme rail world, very spread out, and very high resources when they do exist, so I'm expecting we will need to travel quite far to find things. And then plug them in. So yeah, a rail network will be necessary. Like I say, I'm interested in doing it in like a grid pattern. I don't know. You need to know things like how big the Roboport coverage is going to be, so you make your squares well covered. I don't necessarily know for... I don't even know them for vanilla, but I definitely don't know them for the mod. bottom corner on the right. Going to put one on the bottom of here. We'll put one next to the power generation. Then another one above where our stone is being mined. And that will kind of be all the edges of our base at the moment. Down there, or no, up a bit I reckon, behind this here. On there. Railway research, good, we're getting through it quick. Let's get automated rail. I've got a few quality of life mods installed for the rail system. You can see in the chain we've already looked at the logistical train network, which changes the way you manage rail schedules. So instead of telling a train go here, then go there, then do this, you just set them up like the robots. Feed coal into a box, and then you tell another station that I want that coal here, and the trains automatically go and get it. Don't know whether that's better or worse. I think it's simpler, so we may use that. I also installed one that I've not seen before that allows you to couple and uncouple trains by signal, which sounded interesting. I don't know whether they can combine well, and we can like leave wagons to be loaded, and the locomotive leaves, goes and does something else, and then comes back for the wagons when they're full. Might not be necessary because we can fill a wagon very quickly with the loader mod. Oh no, we can't. We will be able to soon in the next version of the game. But we should plan around that, because that should be available very soon. Or we can update to experimental and be able to do that immediately. What have we uncovered then? Big patch of rare metals in the south. 12 million of them. I haven't seen anything that requires them yet, so I don't think we want them. This giant pool of water, I'm glad we didn't try and get across it with landfill, because that's huge. It's got a core vein in the middle. Weird, but okay. There's a lot of big empty space to the north. That's a great place to come and build a big base. Where like the materials can get delivered and smelted or whatever. Found a copper ore patch to the south here. 34 visible, but there's more to uncover. Coal in the west. Iron would be nice. We're not using all of the starter stone, so I'm less concerned about stone. It really is iron and copper that's my biggest concern. If we can find them in the south, and we've got big empty space in the north, that's nice. Grab them from the south, feed them into a network in the north. Rail signalling uncovered, so we can do logistical rail. No. Oh, that also requires a circuit network. That makes sense. Let's research the circuit network then. Ooh, what's that? That's iron, just over the pond. Okay. More copper in the south. I'm kind of liking this. Oh, that's a very big patch of crude oil in the north, which you can build over the top of if we need to expand the base that big, which we might. Okay. Well, I mean, we'd leave the radars to uncover a bit more, bit by bit. We might need to run out and build some radar posts further away, I guess, to uncover more, but we have researched a bunch of stuff now. We should set up production pods for some of these things. Could pull them off to the right of here. But yeah, why don't we? If we can do it between all of them, let's... No, I prefer not to. If we're trying to force materials to the left, I don't want to then force them right and left again. Let's build off the top. And the next tech card, I don't think we're going to be building here, so I'm worried about them moving on to non-tech things. So what's next? I guess rail, signals, stations, locomotives, and cargo wagons. It's a lot of things to make. Not sure how many locomotives and wagons we're really going to need, at least initially. Could be quite a few, actually. Thinking about it, we probably should set up a small production chain for them. But certainly rail and signals. Large power poles would be good as well. I know I usually just carry on this square grid even if it's going miles and miles. We could use large power poles to span the distance instead. At some point, I do know there is an upgraded substation in the mod, which like the power pole covers a 5x5 square. It covers like a 40x40 or something, and we will probably do away with the square grid and move to those when we get them unlocked. The vanilla substation isn't really big enough for me to do that, you know, personally. What I prefer. Okay. Rail is stone and steel beam. It's pretty simple, but we don't have stone on the bus line here. We'll need to bring it, I guess, up the back. Would be the best option, so let's do that. Expand the stone mining a bit and then bring a line over the top here and up the back to make some rail. Like, yeah, do that one properly that's supplying the crusher. Another row of power poles here and then fill in with drills. In fact, can I do a copy? Is that there? Radar's now in the way, but that's fine. We'll just move it over one. Where'd it go? There we go. That over the top of the other one. Let's fill in the top here as well. Good. Meteors landed but didn't destroy anything. Good. Okay, so how many drills have we now got here? 100 drills. Not quite enough for 3 full lanes. Let's add some more. Just do another whole row and then we'll call it 3 because it won't be enough for 4. Radar's in the way. Let's place it and then deal with that. Move the radar over again, I guess. Need some more short power poles for now. Could do with a bit more copper to feed into it. Just going to run down. Got some random copper ore to throw in a smelter here and then grab some copper plates to make more power cables with. There we go. Logistical train network is also researched, so medium power pole I said would be nice. Let's get that. Something That's not right there, should be one further up. Means that it's moving. Means my inventory is probably full of rubbish now, but never mind. Deal with that in a second too. That. And then that needs to come down. No. Like there, and then that one can go into there, I guess. And we will take a third line off it. Even if it's unnecessary, you know. Means they are terminating a line here, so we should put that like that in order to achieve that. And run 2 lines off this end, which is definitely unnecessary. We've got one available there now, an extra one, but we won't run it yet because we won't need that much. I don't think. I should do the planner, shouldn't I? Find out how much we're going to need. Medium electric pole is done. Let's do the tool belt upgrade because that's always helpful. And let's start rail stuff planner. We're going to want actual rails. Call it 1 per second until we know better. We're going to want train, or let's go with logistic train stops, I guess. Rail signals, chain signals, locomotives, and wagons. Cargo wagons, not the fluid ones yet. I'm just going to look at just rail now. We can add the other ones after when it matters. I need steel beams, which are made just from steel plate, and they need stone. So if we want 60 items a minute, which is halved by the type of machine we're using, that'd be half a machine anyway. So let's increase that. 4 machines making the steel beams, 1 making the assembly machine, making the rail itself. That's a nice ratio. That will require an input of whatever that is, 1/8 of a belt, which is like nothing. And the amount that this crusher is taking is nothing as well, so just going to move that onto that corner and run the line past it. Over towards where we're making the rail. Clear these rocks out of our way. That's tool belt done. What's next? We're getting through these very quick. We might be past all the ones that are immediately relevant. Let's get the upgraded furnaces researched. Might as well. Then yeah, so this line's going to be, just leave a gap so we've got room to play with. 4 making steel beams, 1 making rail. It's going to want stone in and steel beams in. More stone than beams, so let's kind of make sense to swap it round because steel's going to come from the right and stone's going to come from the left. There's rail, so that's going to be stone in, steel in? No. Let's do it like that. Steel in, beams out. Stone in there. That's so that we've got steel furnace unlocked, which would be good to set up a production point of that, so that we can next be creating steel furnace smelting cells, not stone furnace ones. What about loader? I'm not sure we can set up like a production spot of them at the moment because they're very expensive to make. Each one requires 100 gear wheels and 50 electronic circuits, so we won't be using them everywhere, like until we can make those quantities in without thinking about it. But it could be nice to just research it so we can make a couple if we end up in a situation where it matters. They input items into machines very quickly, where a fast inserter won't work, or where 3 fast inserters won't work. That's when we might use it. Let's get the upgraded assembly machines, I guess. Means we've got a few production chains back in the factory we need to now expand or increase, I guess. Yeah, there we go. I'd quite like to free up some space here. It's quite a slow recipe, so I'm going to do it long-handled inserters off the back here. That's where the steel come in. Like so. And the rail is going to go wherever, really. Put it onto there. And run that up this way. Into, I guess, a steel chest now. Let's start using the bigger chests to store things. That's good. That's slowly going to make rail. Can then start expanding with. Good. That's automation 2 research done. Flying through it. Don't even know what's vaguely relevant anymore. Don't know what we need mineral water for, and I'm not sure we've seen any on the map. Flammables? It's necessary for rockets, but we're a long way off that. It's necessary for the rocket tech card. Well, how about that? Lab research speed increase. That would be good to have. Yeah, we'll have research faster. Not that we need to at the moment, but we might want to in the future. We definitely will want to when we get to infinite research. Okay, what's in the plan after rail? Logistic train stops. Char. Okay, quite complicated. Don't know if it is the best way to do it. It's how I'd like to do a logistic one, not a regular one. Let's give it a go. It's one machine's worth. We might not do that much. Let's see how it expands when we add the others in. Train stop needs sticks, circuits, iron and steel. Circuits need cable and tablets. Pretty complicated. And then lamps are needed. Wire, cable, glass. Takes sand. It's complicated chains here. Might not set up a production cell for it. Generally avoiding using lamps anyway. The last time we put lamps everywhere to keep the world illuminated, we used so much electricity for them. It was wasteful. All of these just need a bunch of wire. Very complicated. Let's pick another research to do. We can do another research speed one. Let's do that. Okay. wild. So that whole chain, we would need 3, 5.5, 6.5, 7.5, 15 cable making factories. Like I say, we just don't need to make them that quick. Let's drop that down to like a quarter. I'll be able to combine some of the things, or we drop it to bare minimum, 1 machine of each thing. That's not a bad idea. Like, forget about the ratio on all of these things. Like, we don't need that many of them. Maybe the cargo wagon. Maybe the cargo wagon, but the rest we just do 1 machine of each, and it's inefficient, and that's fine. I'm going to go. We want to make that. We need train stop. Sticks, electronic circuits. I'm going to fit all the inputs. We'll juggle things around. That needs copper cable stone tablet. So that's enough to make that. Then we need lamp, red, green, and combinator. So lamp, copper cable, glass is a problem. When we make glass, you like smelt it, don't you? I assume. Yeah. Aha. Okay. Red wire, green wire. Constant combinator, which requires circuit as well. Can it share? Oh, and they all need one of them. Like that. And that needs that. Not quite right. I've missed the stone tablets for that. I mean, it should share. There we go. Can't do the next research speed because you need blue tech cards, which we don't have. At this point, yeah, I don't really know. I don't think any of these matter, so we just carry on with like whatever. Let's get dead end things like landfill done, sorted. That needs a crusher. Sure. Yeah, we don't have power poles to do. Hell of a mess, but I don't know. Like I say, it might just be better if we handcraft them than even trying to set all this up. What does it take if I ask for one? Not much at all. Absolutely. That's going to get handcrafted. We've got like glass on hand we can make quite a few with. Some of them. And yeah, signals are cheap and easy. Let's not worry about that. What about locomotive? That looks more time consuming, so I think we should do that. And wagon, I guess. Any other dead ends here? Doesn't look like it. These are all leading somewhere. Flare stack. Let's get that. That's a wagon then. Steel beams, gear wheels, plate. Nice and easy. Okay, we could share input if we did that. But no big deal. Gear beam, iron gear wheel. Cargo wagon. So that's iron in, that's steel in. Worth? Nah. Pull the steel off again, no big deal. priority setting. There we go. And that's iron. Let's bring that up. So they need to both output, and they can share a belt if we send that in this direction. Into there, out to some kind of storage. I guess over the course of the game we're going to need tons and tons, and so we might as well make them fill that box up. Why not? Then locomotive. You need that anymore. Let's just make a new one that's train. You can see how this breaks down. It's not like one. One per minute takes 2 machines. Okay, we want half then. It's a bit scary. Okay, iron gear wheels, easy. Steel plate is off the bus. Electronic circuit we know how to do. Oh, I didn't explode them properly, but no big deal. Multi-cylinder engine. Oh, that's not so bad. It's just single cylinders plus more iron. More of what goes into single cylinders. Yeah, okay. So if we want to make multi-cylinder, we just do... Let's do it over here. Gear wheel, single, multi, gear wheel. Wrong one. They all need iron. That feeds into that, and that feeds into that as well. Unless I'm crazy, that should work. I am crazy, but it still should work. Gas power station's a dead end. It's interesting, it's obviously part of the mod, not in vanilla gas powered power production. I haven't necessarily seen any of the gas yet because we haven't dug up any oil yet, I suppose. Might be interesting to see whether we do away with our coal production and have some kind of oil-fired power generation instead. I suppose as well is an option. Now that needs to go out and in. Yeah, that's all it needs. Okay, so that's multi-cylinder engine. Then it's electronic circuit. Which needs quite a bit of stuff, I guess. One of them in, one of them in. Then get them on a shared belt to go into there. It's copper in, which needs bringing up. And stone, which is on the inside track, isn't it? Stone brick. Like that. Good. So then just add more gear wheels and make the locomotive. Somewhere. There we go. those. And these need to get over here somewhere. Somehow. Turn that one round, send that one under. And they can go here. Gas powered power station is done. Yeah, I think we're just in whatever territory. Let's start at the beginning. Not the repeatable ones, but anything else. We just start at the beginning and go through them all now to progress. We've got a lot to work with that we've now researched, so need to get all this rail equipment and get expanding. Move that radar up, maybe. That can output into a smaller chest. I don't need that many locomotives, especially not to begin with, and it's going to take them a while to make anyway, but just make that many as a maximum for now. All that time working that out, what have we uncovered? Not much more to the north, so that is a good spot. Building. Just a small amount of copper. Well, 15 million copper is not small, I suppose, but relatively small. Some iron there, some copper there. Not uncovered a lot of iron. That's some mineral water. Okay, know where some of that is now. Big bit of coal, that's nice, but iron would be helpful. This one patch just right of the pond isn't much. Keep hunting, I guess. It's going to be a long run to get to wherever it is that we find it. Okay, so we're gradually making locomotives, wagons and rail to put them on. We'll handcraft other elements of that picture. Unlocked level 2 assembly machines. It would be good to amend our assembly machine production line to upgrade them to that as we can. Set up a production of steel furnaces and medium power poles. Let's do that up the top here. So, unlike vanilla, things require what came before them. We are going to need to make stone furnaces in order to make steel furnaces. This we'll split off and bring some of this stone line over to do that. Hopefully that one line is still enough. Let's get the ratio correct on this one. Furnace. That's the one we're making next. Nice to see this even more available in the mods. Okay, so like 10 per minute is one machine. It's pretty simple, just yeah, brick and steel like it would be added on to stone furnaces, which for one machine is like a fifth of a machine, sixth of a machine maybe. So yeah, 1 to 1 is all we'll do, unless we want to do more. And we do need a lot of them, although I would like to replace them with electric ones. How far off that are we? So that we don't have to supply the coal over a train network. Let's find the research that I recognise the picture of. See what it leads to. That one. It's the normal advanced material processing, which needs the blue research, which requires advanced circuits and sulfuric acid to make, which we're a distance off of that. Glass is okay, but that means we're not going to upgrade to the electric furnaces for quite a while, so we can plan for the space, but we will need... don't know. Not that many, but perhaps more than 10 per minute. What if we triple it? Half to 3. Why don't we do the full? It's 1 to 6. One of them to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One of them making stone furnace, which is just stone. Six of them making the steel furnace, which will give a shared belt, I guess. Or not. And output on that side. Let's go grab some more belt. And that's going to go into a chest there. On my steel, so I'll have to use an iron chest. So yeah, pulling off a shared belt in that space isn't going to be easy. Let's go grab the belt we need first, and then work out how we're going to make that happen. It's the stone brick and the steel plate we need. Come off in that space. I'm not actually researching anything. Let's pick something. Wondered why the labs weren't all lit up. Okay, that's good. Needs expanding. Pipes are doing what they're doing. The belt as well, we could do with expanding to create red belt. If we were to overhaul the smelting we're doing here and the belt we've got here, we could actually do a lot more before needing to move, which is tempting. But obviously we need to do petrochemicals to actually advance at all. We've got a starter oil available to us. We could do petrochemicals in this gap here and carry on with what we've started. I'd like to turn the corner soon, actually get around behind all this. Might do that for the next thing. Kind of tempted to try and do that, upgrade what we've got and keep going on the development of this. No, until we unveil more iron on the map, we're going to need to. There we go. Just going to empty some of this random ore out of my inventory and then grab those belts we need. That's fine. Do I need anything else? Yeah. Let's grab some more long-handled, some more fast inserters. We'll grab one more stack of the underground and splitters as well, might as well. Mostly belt. Good refill. What about machines? We're fine, but I'll grab another stack while we're here. Plastics is done. Let's get plastic text plates. Military 2. Because we're not actually doing anything military, but might unlock some cool stuff to look at. Might as well do it while we're not in a rush. Okay, what am I looking for? I'm looking to bring up steel and the bricks. Get some mineral water extraction. That needs to split off. That needs to split off and come over. I just want to move that. Clip that off there. I want to come in here. So let's do that one further back. Wiggle it over like that. It's the output. Also needs to do a wiggle. Then it can go in there. And we'll leave a gap before the next thing. That's fine. Let's research flammables. What's next then? Next I think we turn the corner and develop behind these. Whatever the next thing we're building is. Just dump a load of this out of my inventory again. Flammables researched. Let's get whatever this is. Steel fluid handling higher. Quality pipes for more throughput. Never had a throughput problem with vanilla pipes, so that's interesting. It's going to fill up pretty quick. Let's not go overboard with it, but let's get a lot. Have a locomotive done. These need their priorities setting, so let's get that right. Lots of rail already, that's good. Anything new uncovered? No, just awkward patches of water. Stone down there, more copper. Awkward bit of coal. More rare earth. No, raw rare metals. So the rare metals are actually more abundant than the iron, which makes the rare name a bit misleading. We're going to need to just expand out to somewhere and stick a radar on it, see if we can find more, I guess. Tap one of these copper areas and put a radar on them. Unless at some point we can do the core fragments. Don't know when you unlock that. Do a search for core. Core mining. We can actually research. Interesting. Might be a way of getting more iron. Locks the mining drill, which is very expensive, but that would be expected, I suppose. But the actual processing is not so simple as turn the fragment into iron. Core fragment, iron ore, produces stone and other core fragments, and I see you pulverize it. Interesting. Probably not an immediate answer. Mining outposts on a rail network would be preferable for me personally. Let's look at upgrading belt production. What do we need to do to turn our belt into red belt instead? We can like move other things out of the way in order to expand it to the right here if we need to. That's fine. Looks like our steel isn't coming through. Oh, it shouldn't. It's not a full belt. It wouldn't be full. That's fine. Though, like, it'd be nice if both sides were consumed equally. This is never going to happen, but we can balance the sides back here to try and encourage it a bit to be better. The best way, I want to shift it over and balance the sides at the same time. Can we? Not really. Yeah, that's not necessary. Start as that. Can go in that side. That'll improve it a little. Okay. So here we are with belts and stuff. 120, 60, 120 is what we're making. Go to red belts. Look at the belt itself to begin with. 120, wasn't it? Yeah, 120 red belt takes in 120 yellow belt in 2 machines. Yellow belt's already done, we don't need to look at how we do that. We just need 8 machines making gear wheels, 2 machines making the red belt. That'll upgrade the 1 machine there. Yeah, like this space isn't great for that, is it? But I reckon we tear out the splitter production temporarily and then I move that over. That's a little awkward, I suppose, because we've got the gears for that here, but we'll need more gears for the other stages. Kind of inclined to tear the whole lot out just to make red belt and then make splitters from scratch without sharing with the red belt production. I think would be easier to organise. I'm gonna tear it all down and redo it. I mean that's the name of the game, isn't it? Tear it all down and redo it. We'll leave assembly machine production there for now, but I think we'll need to shift that further up the line to make space for everything here. I'm going to take pipe production out. There's enough there to last us a while. So I suppose we should move them out the way. Can I? Yeah, we'll just put some things here to be storing. That'll do. Then yeah, all of this as well. Let's cut all this off. Buses, yeah, key. It's I don't know. We're okay. It's all good. Just I'm sure there will be a better way of doing this when we expand. Leave some of that to run through and all these over somewhere to store them. Let's make a few more steel chests as well for some of this. The belt in there. Not them. Splitters and undergrounds. Research is done. Let's get something next. Okay, so we need to know the other things. Oops. Control right click to delete. Yeah, this one's going to be, initial one's going to be quite small. 1 gear, 2 engine, 1 yellow belt, 8 gear, 2 red belt. We could make it slower, I guess. I don't know, we need a lot of it, so especially if we're actually going to overhaul everything here to red, then we would definitely need a lot of it, which I would like to do. I'd like to do that with some initial petrochemicals. Maybe see if we can get the blue tech cards done without moving everything. Just give it a go. We don't want anything that's like an infinite thing like this. We just stay there forever. Modules we can research. they're all done on this side. Get them up as they're finished, I guess. Unless the whole thing has like stopped, which doesn't look like it. No actual belt is being made, it's just making like underground. Can we stop that? Not really. It's already, yeah, like done, really. We just tear the whole lot down now. This module's done. Let's get the first module, I guess. I didn't set up medium power pole production. Actually, I don't want to necessarily yet. What I do want to do is, because the coverage of the medium power pole is different in the mod against vanilla, so I'm not sure about the layout. Using that size of hole, so I'd rather stick with this one and use a few of them in important areas for now. Like I say, at some point we will swap to an entirely different layout. That's that one done. Let's research the next. Scoop this up so the bots can go faster. It's a lot of iron gear wheels. Now, steel fluid tank. Okay. Couple of different fluid storage options, sure. Let these guys recharge. Slowly. Maybe we should research better armour to get these bots more effective. I bet that's locked behind a few things. Personal roboport. Well, it's with blue research. Much more blue research. Could get some solar panels. Yeah, fine. Yeah. They're just going to be this inefficient for a while. Could be worse, I guess. They're getting the job done. They are helping. I do complain about them a lot, but they are helping. Destroyed by the meteors? No. Okay, let's research fuel. Okay, fuel refinery. A vehicle fuel called fuel from various petrochemical processes. And the traditional solid fuel as well. Okay. It's not good for vehicles, but it's got a high fuel value. Interesting. How the mods have kind of separated out vehicle fuel and like smelting fuel into two completely different things. Not that I, like in vanilla, I've ever used anything other than coal, really, which is silly because if you've got a train network, rocket fuel is like really good to use as a train fuel, much better than coal. Place some of the power poles I knocked out by mass deconstructing all this. A few more things into these chests for now. We will need them back to rebuild here. Okay, that's everything deconstructed. Let the robots come to bed and then start laying out the red belt. Go, last one in. Okay. I want a shortcut for the machines here. One, 2, 1, which we've seen before, and then 8 and 2. Guess we could do the 9 gears all in a row. Fuel is done. Speed module. Oh, I see. Speed module was locked behind fuel. Interesting. Oh, because you need solid fuel to make it. Also interesting. This was gear, engine, belt. This was red belt, gears. Not sure it makes much of a difference moving them around at all. Kind of like to give it a go. Let's move them to this side. 9 of them. Then a yellow belt there. Engine. Take these away. Research car. Iron in on this side. Gears out on that side. And run them up halfway. We want to move some of them over. Over the top. I guess down this side would be okay. These need gears in and iron in. These need engines and iron. So that's the iron. That is the engines. I kept all the belt. Car research done. Silicon processing. Okay. Sand and water make quartz in a filtration plant. Then you cook the quartz to get silicon, which is needed for advanced electronics. Okay. That's... if things were more complicated so far, I'm dreading what the petrochemicals are going to be like. That's going to go in there. That's going to come out of there into those two. Just an output and come into a chest, steel chest. There. Okay, so we just need to feed iron into this. That's all it wants. It goes there. I need to grab the splitters and undergrounds that I threw in here. We get some gears. Filter inserter, sure. Why not? Have we got... don't have stack inserter yet, no. Okay. They've got the iron as well, so the gears should come around and start making some engines. Which makes some yellow belt, which makes some red belt. Good. Good. So we'll continue using the yellow belt we've got for now, but ultimately feed it back in to get upgraded. Sulfur processing is going to be necessary for sulfuric acid. Good, so that's that done and in isolation. Let's get a red underground, because underground's generally easier than splitters. So like 120 of that as well. Ore machines, that might be double what we want. Let's expand it out a bit and find out. That needs to expand as well. That needs to expand, so does that. Then we need the red belt for that. Actually, that's way too much. It's that, which needs to expand all the way down. Making enough red belt to make 120 would take 66 machines in total. Don't want to do, don't even want to do 34. So let's cut it right back. 30 a minute would be one machine there, which is okay. Half machine there, which is awkward, but okay. 2.5 there, that's very awkward, but okay. Well, yeah, we do 3 in it. Is it not perfectly efficient, but no big deal. But they're needing like 1.2, 1.5, 1.2, that's really awkward. What if we increase it to 40? No, doesn't make it easier. First point where it gets easier, I guess, would be around 60, where some of them get better. But still not great. Do we need to make them that fast? Maybe. Yeah. 47 machines in total. I think we go for 60. Let's just research whatever, gold text plates. First thing I guess is let's make the yellow undergrounds first. Search explosives. So that is, well, let's make the yellow belt that goes into the yellow underground. 2 to 2 to 2 in this case. And 4 iron beams. 2, 2, that's going to be too close to that. 2, 2, 2. 4 under 1 is gears to engines to belt, beam to underground belt. That's that section. Then 20 making iron gear wheels. 23. You then split that off, yeah. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. Gonna need to go further. 12. There, ideally. That's all iron gear wheels. Then could kind of be worth combining it all in. Maybe like adding those two on the end as well. Probably. I mean, let's line it all up and see how we want to juggle things around after. That's fine. Approach. That needs 3 making engines, 3 making belt, 5 making red belt, 3 making engines, 3 making belt, 5 making red belt. Yeah. Maybe we want to combine it with the other red belt. Don't think so. Not in that case, don't think. Advanced electronics allows electronic components which go into advanced circuits. That's the red circuit chips that we're used to. That's the 5 for that. We then just need the 2, put them together into red underground. Red plus underground, which is not bad, but obviously need quite a lot of it to do it, evidently. Yeah, that's fine. This is how we'll do, but I do want to spread these. So 2 more gears. 2 more engines. 2 more belt, although if there were fractions there, this is 1.2, this is 2.5, so it should actually be 4 in total rather than 5. Yeah, okay, that changes things as well. Let's have a look at that for the gears first. We're going to start with the gears, so let's be ready to move them over back to here. There's actually 2.5, 20, 1.2, so 3.7, so 24 would do it. Don't need the 25th. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Making gear wheels. There we go. Then engine units, so 3 from there, 1.5 from there. That's it, so that is 5 of them. Oh, there's stack inserter research. Let's get that done. Cool. Then belt, yellow belt, which is 2.5 and 1.2, so 4 for that. Then the 4 iron beams, which go into the 1 yellow underground. Which not sure how we're going to lay this out. Let's do it now, and then we can juggle this end. It's going to be a bit different. 1, right? Yeah, 1 underground. 5 making red belt. And 2 making red underground. Okay, what's the input for that? That's the beams and the belt. That's the belt and the wheels. That's a pretty good layout for that. Good way of laying that out. Good. Happy with that. We will need to clear this stuff out of the way to make the splitters, which may need to kind of go around the corner in a weird way, but there you go. That's what we've ended up with. So this is like we had it before. Splitters down the middle. Can't get enough input off half a belt or 1 belt, so 2 belts of iron to get the inputs. 2 belts output as well, it's no doubt necessary. Will output there. I guess run back down. Yeah, there would be 1 pull off from it here. Then it can run down that way. How much are we using? How many gears are we using just to make engines? That's one question. So that is an 1/8, and even less than that, a 1/16. Yeah, like very little. So we do want 2 whole belts to carry on. There's very little is actually going to be pulled off and used down this one. But that's gears in and iron in to make the engines. Research fluid wagon, sure. Engines out. And this wants engines and iron in, so we're going to need to pull another row of iron up there. They're just going to loop back around. Unless anyone else wants engines. No? No? Good. It's engines in. Iron in. Just need an output for the belt, which isn't perfect being long handled. Probably worth swapping because there's twice as many belts as there is iron involved in this. So that'll be iron. That'll be belts. And iron also goes into those. They come out the other side. Head down and into there. Like that. Belt needs to come down like there, because that goes into all of them and that one. This also needs a quick gear wheel input. So that is 4 gear wheels in for 1 belt out every half second, so yeah, that's better the other way around, having a long handled output. But that being the case, what else needs gear wheels? Just them. So the 5 of them, how many gear wheels do they need? Just them. 1.3 belts. Oh dear. Let's get cliff explosives. That's a dead end research. Get it done. The problem with them needing more than one belt is they need more than one belt of input then. Which we don't have space to do necessarily. For all of them. So we need to replace this with red belt. And that shouldn't have priorities. At that point it gets squished down into like a red's double, yeah, same as vanilla, double the yellow, so squish it down onto one belt that can then feed in. So hopefully we've got enough red belt ready to do that. All we do, we've got loads. Brilliant. Start switching everything over to it then. So that needs to go to that one. Solar energy. I wonder if there's multiple levels of solar paneling. Then we can... Oh, there is. I know there is. Do a smaller solar farm than the last one we made. Okay, so that is then red belt into there. How much red belt are we making? A third of a belt. So there is space on that belt for these as well. If we send it through there, no, does need to go there, so that needs to point in. That doesn't work because that's outputting there. So how do I get them where I want them? Where's the red? So the red belt's going to be on the right hand side. That's going to output to the far side, yeah. That's fine then. That can just go up and on. They'll get everything they need. Just output and get put into steel chest. That was complicated, but there we go. We just need to plug the iron in, which is 2 points, 3 points. Here's the first one. There's the second one. This is a third. That is going to eat up like all of our iron. Until that gets backlogged, nothing's going to make it anywhere else. So yeah, it would be nice to get more iron flowing, that's for sure. I think the radars might have done everything they can reach and we haven't found anything more. We do need to branch out to try and increase visibility around. Unless there's like a better radar we can get soon, which I doubt. But there we go. We will find more iron eventually. It's inevitable. Yeah, just keep getting stuff for now. Okay, so it's belt, underground belt. We need to make red splitters, which means we need to get this assembly machine production out of the way. So let's remove that first. Then we'll move this further up the bus and create the next level of machine as well, so that we can redo even more different ratio when we upgrade the machine. So the next time we have to overhaul something and we've got level 2 machines, it will be significant change again. Like I say, that's how it works. You don't have inventory space to clear all this up. Dump some of this out. That's not working. Why not? Not getting belt. I didn't connect this properly. There we go. Empty this out, move it over here. We'll get things moving a bit, then I won't need so much inventory space to sort it out. Not much left to go now. Concrete, let's get that. Good. Let's cut these off as well. Move that over. So much junk in my inventory. Don't need to be carrying all this around. Throw some drills in there, stone furnaces in there. They're probably going to live there forever now, but there you go. Engines into here. Yeah, that'll do for a while. Scoop that mess up. Still not making any red underground. What am I missing? I'm missing underground. Because that needs... I've fed something different to how I expected. I've taken the iron up and around this corner, which is wrong. Because these don't need iron. They need belts. That's the one that's supposed to plug into there. This belt isn't supposed to have belt on it at all. I need to scoop that. There we go. And we can try and feed more junk into these. Still churning away. Try and get all these burner ones turned into real ones before I tear it all down. These are done with though, they're not going to move. There's concrete research done. What else we got? Ooh, meteor point defense, just what we need. Expensive and difficult to make, but it would be nice. Shoot up to 4 meteors on a charge. Must be loaded with meteor point defense ammo and have enough charge to fire. Range is 64 and 50% accuracy. It's hardly worth it. 50%. Okay. Is there like a better one that's 100% accurate? It's a meteor defense installation. Can defend an entire planet and its orbit, but only 1 meteor at a time. Must be loaded with meteor defense ammo. 80% accurate. It's better than 50, but still. And that needs like blue processing units, which we're nowhere near getting that better one. So it could be worth a few ad hoc meteor point defenses around the place. Maybe. Let's get concrete text, that won't take long. Going, so that's a big electric pole now, which I don't usually use. I don't think we will this time, but we could. It is good for long distance by rail, and we need to go long distance for sure. Longer than we were on the last time we did a rail network. Oh, we're out of motors. There's some. Nice here. Gonna be interesting. Still don't see any more iron. Piece of mode, yes. Which so I've disabled biters on this planet. And peaceful mode is on. I don't know what will happen in space exploration when we go to other planets. And there's a chance that those settings don't matter and you get aliens on alien worlds regardless. As far as I know. I believe, or what I'm expecting to see is there will be aliens on the alien planets, but they will be peaceful. It means they don't encroach on us, but if we attack them they will fight back. So yeah, I don't really know what we'll find when we go through space, but it's going to be a while before we're going through space. How did I manage to keep 8-hour achievement without biters? Yes, you don't. So you don't go peaceful. You're not allowed. What you can do, as long as there's no humans, it'll be peaceful. Yeah, if we just don't go there, it'll be peaceful. Hi, Hero Boy. Nice to see you. So, Key, if you want to do 8-hour achievement without being bothered by the biters, you change a few of the other settings. So you increase your starting zone to the biggest it's allowed, which is like 600% size. The biters don't spawn in the starting zone. So if you make that bigger, you've got more space to work in before you'll find them. Then you reduce the size of the biter bases to the bare minimum. No, you can't do that, sorry. You can't change their size, and you can't change one of the other settings. So they have to be default size, but you can put them further away. And then you disable pollution. If you disable pollution, then it won't cause them to grow. So if you put them really far away and they're not allowed to grow, all you need to do is launch a rocket within a smaller square, which was easily done. The default starting area is pretty big. The 600% one is very big. I'd like to clear out these burner assemblies, but we need 23 more small electric motors. Are we making them anywhere? May have removed them. I mean, I could hand make some. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Oh, we've got some here. Scoop them up. That should be enough. That's accumulators researched. We can research for pulverizer. Don't think we're going to use yet, but there we go. Nice to have it available, I guess. Getting through a lot of research and not a lot of development because everything is so big it takes forever to make. But yeah, what can you do? Need more gears. There we go. we've got some red undergrounds. Very nice. We've got 1.6k red belt. Very nice. We are using our second source of power, so I'm glad I got that up and running before long. Hoping that lasts us until we can do some of the basic petrochemical stuff and I can see about this gas power generation. Interested in whether that's better or easier or whatever. It might be a good way of like balancing your outputs. If you've got an excess of heavy oil, go and generate electricity with it or something like that. Maybe. Depends on the electricity priorities. Is this done? Yes. So let's just put a few more of those into storage. Then we need to look at other research. Sure, storehouse, bigger storage things. Red splitters. So fast splitter. Let's start at 60 and reduce it if we need to. That needs interesting, very different. Gear wheels, electronic circuits, which the others didn't need. So it's the first time the belt's going to require copper and stone. Okay. It's the original splitters. Gear wheels, engines. Engines need gear wheels. It's belt. Belt needs engines, and engines need gear wheels. Wow. So it only need the whole thing only at this rate only needs 37 machines, which is less than the underground. 47 machines to make 60. So I think we go with this amount. What is this? What is what? Okay, what are you looking at? Very confusing. Yeah. Absolutely. The information it's providing is the same as the Factorio calculator website. So yeah, I'll explain this to you, okay? Yeah. Interesting you should say that, Hero Boy. About, what was it, maybe an hour ago, I got the invitation to be a Twitch affiliate. So I've just unlocked it today. So yeah, we've gained a good number of followers recently, and viewership's had some really big days the past couple of weeks that have taken the numbers high enough for the invitation. So I've just got there today, yeah. Which is nice, really nice. Feels good. Okay, let's start from the beginning. Okay, so we can go through this again. We remove that, pick another research, pick a long research so it doesn't distract me. Warehouse, that's going to take a long time. Let's research them. So in the factory planner, and this is not necessarily an expert view of it, this is just what I've understood so far. When you want to create something, part of your factory, you add it up here as a new sub-factory element. Give it a name. So we're going to make red splitters. There we go. And that adds it to our list on the left, where we can look at all the different elements of the factory as a whole. This part of the factory is going to make the product, which is red splitter there, and it's asking us how much we're going to make. So how many per minute, or how many belts of what type of belt. So I'm going with 60 per minute, 1 per second, just as a generic thing. That's the same level we've done with the others. So that's how we'll start. Oh, no problem, Hero Boy. Yeah. I've got some ideas of how we're going to use channel points when we get them working. Need to work with a graphic designer to get some of them going, an animator. So we'll see how it goes. But I've got some ideas for how you can just waste and lose them all. Hi, Mondo. Nice to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Look at me being all smart and stuff. Vaguely. We'll see. Okay, so we've told it what we want to make. we need to tell it how we're going to make it. So you click on it to pick a recipe. If only one recipe exists, it assumes that's the one you're going to use, and there we go. This is the recipe we're going to use. Do a lazy slide in, yeah. And this gives us some basic information to begin with. So if we want to make 60 per minute, we need 4 machines working on it to do that. 4 of this machine, and that will make 60 per minute. And it will need these ingredients in total for this stage of it. So you need to put in 240 gear wheels, 120 circuits, and 60 splitters to get the 60 red splitters. You can change how you look at that on the right here. So instead of looking at items, we can look at how many yellow belts is that. So that's like 0.067 belts here, and so on and so on. So you can change between like the numbers that you're looking at with some options here, and like wagons a minute as well, which is something I've not had to work with before, but there we go. You can also change in the preferences like what machines and belts it's using. So this is currently looking at yellow belt. We could change it to talk to us in terms of red belt, and we can change it to talk in terms of like assembly machine 2, and you can change the specific ones as well. So I can right click on this and say, for this section we're going to use assembly machine 2 or 3 or whatever this one is that we've not seen yet. But for now, this is correct. We're using yellow belt and grey machines at the moment. You then split this out into the constituent parts, and there seems to be a couple of ways of doing this. But the way that makes most sense to me is breaking down into tiers. So here it says you're at level 1. If I click on the last splitter, it creates a sub-floor called level 2. So we go down to what do we need at the next stage of the production. Well, we need these things. So you can see you control left click to add it below. So on the next subfloor, we want gear wheels. And then it's like, well, what recipe? And we're going to use this one. We want electronic circuits, and we're going to use this recipe with the stone tablet. And we want splitters. There's only one recipe, so it gives us that one. So then we're looking at not just the fast splitter, but here on level 2, we're looking at how we make these and what we need to make them, how many machines, how many ingredients, so on. Sliding and shaking, you say easy, yeah, that's a good point. Wiggle is a lot harder, yeah. Why they are red? That means that we haven't added that to our sub-factory yet. So iron plate here is red because we haven't factored in how we're going to create that. They go green when we add them to one of the floors, because then it means we are looking at it. So it's kind of just saying like, beware, you don't have all the information yet. And we can break down further. So if we want the splitters, then we click on them to go to level 3, and at level 3 on the splitters we want engines and we want belt, and then we go down another level and we say to make the belt we want engines as well. To make the engines at level 5 we want gear wheels, and then we can go back up to level 4, check that we've got everything, up to level 3, and at this point we've got engines that don't have gear wheels yet. Up we go back to level 3, that looks okay, so back to level 2. Here we've got electronic circuits, so we're back on level 3, but we're on level 3 with the electronic circuits section of the sub-factory. Rather than looking at all of it, we're just looking at this. So we expand that out as well. How are we going to make those two? And then the gear wheels that we need at level 2, they need like no specific instruction. So what I'm left with now is, if I look at the top level, level 1, we go all the way back to the top, a breakdown by sub-floor, by level, whatever they're called, all the things we need at different stages. And then all I've got on the right hand side, everything green that we need to make, and that's included. Everything that's red still is stuff we smelt. And I'm not concerned about that because we're just pulling off a bus. We're not going to set up smelting directly for these things specifically. So I'm leaving them red and saying that's fine. We're just going to pull them off a bus. No big deal. So how do we plan now? This is the bit where I'd like some more options, and I'd like to do some research in what we can do. I'd like a button to reformat this that told me the total number of gear wheels we need, for example. But I'm just doing that by eye at the moment. So I go down the list and say, well, here's gear wheel, we need 2 machines. Here's gear wheel, we need 4 machines. Here's gear wheel, we need 9 machines. So add them together, 15 machines making gear wheels. That's a good place to start. And then grouping them like that. You could also group them differently, like we could just make this section of the belt. So we do 2 gear wheels, feed that into there, feed that into here, set that up, create it, output it somewhere, and then move on to the next section. So it's kind of up to you about how you want to lay out your base, whether you want to lay it out by level or by grouping the different elements together. So what we did here is grouped the elements together. We put all the gear wheels at the start and then fed them into different things. When you do that, you need to be considerate of what you're combining and how. So at that point, I want to switch to like belt view. And I want to know, for example, the gear wheels on level 2 that are going straight into the splitter, that's more than half a belt. So that means you can't like put that onto one side of a belt because it needs more than that. The gear wheels everywhere else, so 0.1 of a belt or 133, 267 of a belt, so those together is 0.4 or just over. If you add that to the 0.6, it's more than one belt. So one thing you might consider is if you need more than one belt output of something, it might be worth splitting them. So doing some at the start, doing some at the end. Or you need to factor, as we did in this design, how you get 2 belts of input or 2 belts of output, and how you split those later to get them everywhere. And everything like that. No, well, I don't know, Aki. It's not something I've seen. I haven't seen a button that would do it. Where we can just like reformat this. So instead of being by level, it's by product, and it says you need whatever it was, 15 machines making gear wheels, and then you need 10 machines making this thing, and so on. I've not seen an option to do that, which I would like. It could be that that's something you can do in like Hell mod, because Hell mod is like an even more complicated version of this same concept, apparently. I haven't really used that at all either. Mostly what I do is Alt-Tab out to the calculator and just get the numbers, which is very similar to this. I don't know, like options down here, matrix option, linearly dependent recipes detected. Don't know what that means. No idea. Yeah. So that, I mean, that's what I understand of the system and how I've been using it so far. But I said last time I'd like to do some research and didn't find the time, so I would at some point like to look into what else might be done to get the information I want, make it easier or what have you. So my preference for like layout of sections is to combine everything together. So that's what we'll try and do again this time. We've got for 15 making gear wheels, and we know we need 2 lines, so it's going to be very similar to what we did over here. We should have space on that edge, so 2, 4, 6, 7, and then 8 on this side. Now that pole can get swapped to a small one now. That's going to be iron gear wheels. In the next row, I'm kind of looking at the big picture and seeing the different elements and how they might feed into each other, just based on experience really. What will feed in nicely or simply to things next to it. So we know the gear wheels go straight into single cylinder engines, so that's a good one to put next. We need 4.8 and 2.4 of them, which is 7.2, so we'll need 8 of them. That is gear wheels. No, that is single cylinder engine. Then we've got like transport belt or electronic circuit. Electronic circuit needs 2 things that aren't really being used anywhere else, the copper and the stone brick, so I'd rather do transport belt next. That is 2 machines. They are there. Then we've got yellow splitter, or electronic circuits, but yellow splitter's taking things that we've just made, so that makes most sense. Would be probably 2 belt here, and then 2 yellow splitters here. Then all we've got left is the production of the electronic circuits and the actual like end product. So I would like to put the end product at the end. So we'll do electronic circuits next. That's 3 making cable, 1 making tablets, 2 making the circuits. No problem, hero boy. If it's yeah, too complicated for you. Thank you for stopping by. It's nice to see you. Three making cable, 1 making tablets, 2 making electronic circuits, and then that's actually in a very awkward position there. I think we should do them around the corner, like on this one instead. Maybe. Always a pleasure. Oh, thank you. This is a little awkward, but not too bad. They'll be better there than they were around that corner. What are we doing with the wood? I'll head over there in a second. Let me just finish this. So we got them, we got them, we got them. So we just need the 4 machines doing the end job. And then we just need to plug all this in, which we'll do in a second. The wood is... There's a few recipes that require wood. So we've got greenhouses that make them. And we've got different recipe options on how the greenhouses work. One of them lets us feed sand in to produce more. So we crush rocks, make sand, add water, create wood. This stuff is going into the basic research chips, basic tech card. It's just wood and copper cable. And that's just what the recipe is, so you need wood for it. At the start of the game, obviously, you used to like chop a tree down and craft them, but at this point, because it's automated, we do the greenhouses. The ones over here are feeding into the production of coal coke. So you take coal and wood and you cook it, and it produces coke. And then coke is fed in alongside iron plates to make steel plates. So steel is not like in vanilla where you just cook iron. You have to also add coke, and that's made using wood. At the moment, I don't know whether we're going to unlock an alternate later that lets us make it some other way, but that's like very interesting, and different. And yeah, absolutely makes more sense. Coal coke is used to make steel. Okay. happy with that layout. We're just going to need to like plug everything in and line it all up and everything like that. Before we look at that, I'm just going to take another quick break. 4.5 hours into the session, I'm due another one to stretch the legs like usual and refill the drink. So I'll just be another 4 or 5 minutes to do all those sensible things, maybe grab a little snack or something, and then when I'm back we'll plug in everything to get the fast splitters being manufactured, and then we'll reset up the assembly machines to be manufactured up to level 2, because that's something we tore out before we started this. So yeah, like I say, a couple of minutes and we'll carry on. I'll see you shortly. Hello everyone, I'm back from the break. Let's get back to it. Research something else now, I guess. These are all progressive ones, so we'll get the tech cards even though I don't necessarily plan on using them yet. We could set up military tech, I guess. How do you make it? With electronic components, not yet then, and military research data. Interesting, so it's even more stages to make. You make the data with submachine guns, grenades and walls. And you add that to a blank tech card and electronic components as well. That's quite something. But it does gate off a few things we might like to have, even though we're not necessarily doing military, like the ship to get across water, which might be relevant on alien planets. Maybe some other things that, I don't know, could be relevant. So we'll want it at some point, I guess. Well, let's research it anyway. And I don't think we'll set it up now, but at some point we will. Quick research. Thought I saw when I was just sitting down after the break that, yeah, a meteor had landed on something. Thought so. And that's kind of concerning that like a couple minutes afterwards the warnings just disappear and you don't know. Like we wouldn't find out about that until our iron dried up. I'm not particularly happy about the meteor system, I will say. I would have at least liked the option of turning it off, which is not an option. But yeah, it's like constant. Between like 1 and 30 minutes, a meteor comes, or even more than one comes. And this is it. I need to mine it up to get it out of the way. And there's another one here, actually, 2 of them. When you mine it up, there's a chance it contains uranium, which will give us radiation poisoning. So, which can kill you. So you need to be able to dump that uranium off somewhere pretty quick, if just in case. And it destroys buildings and damages them, so we need to come and repair, which the robots are doing now, and we need to rebuild whatever belts were destroyed here. But it doesn't leave ghosts, so we can't just run over here and have the robots repair it. We can't just have a roboport repair it, because it isn't leaving ghosts. Maybe that's something we'll research later. But like that's the crazy impact that if I hadn't noticed the warning just as I sat down, I wouldn't have known about until like we saw there was a problem with iron and tracked it back. There's just like no reminder of it, and they come constantly, all the time. So they could like land on our power production and just switch the whole base off. They could land on our respawning point or shelter. They could land on our head. Which, I get it, it's interesting, and building meteorite point defense is cool, part of like maybe the military side of things, but I would personally have liked the option of switching it off. I did switch off another similar system. It's about solar flares. I turned that off. You can research a defense system. We looked at it a while ago, so we've unlocked the first stage of it, point defense, and I don't know where the building is. It's not here. Not there either. Interesting. Where's the building? Don't like a challenge. There's enough challenge without meteorites destroying your base and not telling you about it, and not allowing you to fix it with the systems in place. Don't know where the building is. that launches. There's the ammo. Oh, it's right next to it. There we go. So we can build a point of defense, feed it point of defense ammunition, and it will try to shoot down meteorites. But it has a limited range and a bad accuracy. So you'd need quite a lot of them, I think. Which, like, I don't want to be spending my time doing that. Same as I don't want to spend my time killing biters. Unlocked stuff that needs military tech, so I need to skip over them for now. And then stuff that needs blue tech, which we can't do yet. Yep. All we've got left are the repeatables. So insert capacity I like to do up until you get the first bonus. Might as well. Okay, back to plugging all this in. It's going to be the same as the other one. Iron up the outside. And 2 lines of... Well, it's only like 1.1 or something, but we'll do 2 lines out. Copy paste this, can't I? Let's... so that's that, and then where are these going? That needs gears, that does not. That does. Okay, so some of them are going all the way over there. Fine. Do with the next row of holes being in for distancing. There and there. Then we're going to split some off to go down here. And both carry on, I guess, both. We can check that as well. So we've produced 2 or 1 and a bit lines of iron gears. We're splitting some off to go to create the engines. I want to know whether it's 1 or 2 lines that are left. So we can look at a number of belts for gear wheels that are being used to make engines. So here's 0.267 of a belt. Here is 0.133 of a belt. What's remaining after that is just 0.6 of a belt. So it's 1, not more. That's it, although I thought Splitter wants gears. Which, oh, that's those ones. So that, I did split that out. That wants the 0.2. Something's missing here. Splitter wants gear wheels. Oh, it's those ones? No. Those are those ones. Interesting. I don't know where on this layout those gear wheels are. Oh, it's combined them. It's combined that and that. 0.267 and 0.33 to this 0.6. Which is fine, it means nothing different. But in this, point of that is, once we split this off, there's only 1 or less than 1 belt remaining. So we don't need to turn it into 1 and 2. We can have it like this. No problem. Probably going to go down around there, but we'll see about that when we do the rest of the belts. Can do another. So we'll get the inserter capacity bonus research increases usually your stack inserter capacity. So a stack inserter will pick up more at a time. I don't particularly care about that. We don't use stack inserters often, and the situations where we might, we'll probably use a loader instead in this pack of mods. But every few levels of this, you also get a bonus to your non-stack inserters. So the first one's just like a couple in, And that means that your regular inserters, your fast inserters, will pick up 2 things instead of 1. I think that's well worth grabbing. The next one's going to be like 2, 3, 5 more levels down to get the next non-stack bonus, which at some point we'll get it. But it's not something to rush, I guess. Just getting that first one makes a difference. It's when your throughput increases because your number of belts, your level of belts increases, it's really nice to have. That's done. So for the engines we need to input the gear wheels that we've just brought down here, and we also need to input the iron, which is on the belt further away. And they're going to output on this side. These need, so engine and iron, and this needs engine, gear wheel. Got no iron around here. Might be worth swapping them over. Both need engines, so let's run that first. That can just be here. We need iron and we need gear wheels. Yeah, they should swap. So gear wheels are coming down here. Move them back. And they can cut off. So that's gear wheels in. And iron will pull up there for that. It's not ideal to be pulling it here on the corner, but there we go. We're going to have to do something funny here. Let's try and sort that now. Like that. And then over there is fine. These need outputs. Need to go into these. That's a little awkward. It'd be kind of nice to put them like shared with the engines or something. This I do want to do that different. I don't want it to grab them on the way past. I want to split it off like that, and send that over. Okay, got the inserter capacity bonus. It's nice. Of the stuff we can now research, because mining productivity is the only thing that adds any value to us. It just makes every drill get 10% more every time that it drills. Okay. Not sure how to get them into there. It's 2 and 2. No, there's no real thing of separating them out, but then getting both the gear and the iron plate in would be difficult. Like we can do that, but the other one we can't do that with. They can be output like that, that's fine. So then getting the input into these, and these need to output as well. So we need to do that different. Somehow, do that in a second. They can output like that, but we need to input these somehow, somewhere. Ratio on this 1 second, 5, 4 and 4. Can't share about easily with anything, but that side would be best. Which would be easier done if we swapped them back. Possibly, or not. Let's send them down the gap, past those inserters, and onto there. So they're going to insert outside. It'll be on the outside and that'll be on the inside. That should be okay. But we're going to end up with... we don't want them to go beyond that point. But that's fine. We're just going to end up with them like backlogged up there, I guess. We'll see if it works. It might not. With the amount that needs to be input and how quick. We'll see. And then this has got... So those outputs... ideally go like there or something. Yeah, something like that. This one will go up there. This will split off there. I've got gears, and this is... Can't get around that corner very well. Splitters, yellow splitters and gears. They come in this way. They just need to go around out of the way of all this. So we'll hold them there for a second while we sort these out. Find it strange that belts don't require power. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's come up before, and they've basically said it wouldn't be a fun game if they did. It wouldn't be much of a game if they did. There are mods that will change it. Then one that creates like a burner belt, moves very slowly but needs coal feeding to it. We just got struck by a meteor again. Over there. And there is a picture out there that explains how it works, like how belts run without power. It's because, like, inside the belt mechanism there's a little baby biter that's just running like a hamster. That's how they run. I think that's the official law. Need defense. Yeah, I know. But we would need a lot of them for it to be effective. But we have no idea where the meteor is going to hit, and we've got quite a big base. We're going to need more repair packs. Okay, nothing was destroyed, just damaged. Good. Mining productivity 1 is done. Can't do the next one yet. Only things we actually can research are shooting speed, shooting damage, and explosive damage, which literally just feed into themselves and into infinite research of the same thing, and no alternative. So that feeds into artillery stuff. I can't particularly see the point. But explosives can be helpful for clearing things out, so we could do some explosive damage. Let's do that. But rare materials, I don't know. Rare metals are an extra ore added in, so we've got purple patches which can be mined to create these. I don't think we've unlocked anything that you do with it yet. Not that I've seen. That's not it. Byroflux smelting, isn't it? I don't think. Vaguely know what that is. Core will create them. Rough data substrate uses them. Don't know what that's for, but that uses rare metal, smelted rare metal. That's a fusion. I don't know. There's nothing there that explains what you do with it. Do we have like a smelting recipe for it, maybe? Obviously turned into metal ingots of some kind, or perhaps not, perhaps processed into something else. Yeah, there we go. We can smelt 10 of them into 5 rare metal ingots, which, again, don't know what they do, but you smelt them. I tell you what, I've got a mod that can help with that, haven't I? We can say resources, rare metals, the smelted one, usage. It's used for delivering rare metals. That makes sense. It's used to create the artillery wagon. Used to create DT fuel cell, which is used in fusion power. It's required to build an advanced chemical plant. Okay, so like upgraded manufacturing buildings, advanced furnace, advanced radar, advanced turbine, green belt, which is the one beyond blue. This all makes sense. It's just an extra thing you need to smelt in order to advance beyond the vanilla level. The large roboport, yeah. Okay, cool. Looks complex and nice. Yeah. Absolutely. We need to plan for an extra thing to smelt, and whatever this is, immersite as well. So to create an immersium gear wheel, you need rare metals and immersite powder, which is created by cooking immersium sulfide, which is made by washing immersite, which is made by crushing raw immersite. Comes from an immersite cave, the matter creation, or from core fragments with immersite. So that's another mineral that you need to drill and process, but you don't get it on this planet. You need to travel to another planet to get that. And there's a few different ones like that, where you need to do the space exploration to get the material to advance beyond the vanilla technology levels. So research wise, we've now got nothing we can research but bullet stuff, and we don't care about bullet stuff. I mean, God, I don't know whether we care about bullet stuff, whether we're going to have to fight aliens later or not. If we don't research it, we can use those materials to do other things, but our belts are full, so let's just research what we can. I'm going to go for it. When do you leave the planet? When you launch a rocket and get on top of it. We need to finish the process that you would do in vanilla, but obviously it's made longer and more complicated by Krastorio. So we need to do the same thing, unlock the 6 sciences, do the research, launch a rocket. That unlocks space exploration. But rather than taking it would take me, 8 to 10 hours to do that in vanilla. It's going to take dozens of hours to actually launch. Then we start space exploration. Gonna do copper into cable there. Let's do that same thing again we did before. Move that to the inside, run that on the outside, put them both in. Just need to get stone into this somehow. Why don't we swap them round? Fact. Put that on the inside. Those on the outside. Then we just need to get stone in there, which is still not easy at this angle, but we can do it. Maybe. It'll be a long series. Yes, absolutely. Full week just Factorio. 40 hours of Factorio a week. Apparently someone who knows what they're doing, who knows the mods, the recipes and everything, can complete in about 160 hours, which would be 5 weeks of what we're currently doing. I don't know what we're doing, and I play slowly anyway, because I like to, and I'm streaming it, so like I want to talk about it as well and explore it in more depth. So yeah, I'm expecting like 6 months minimum it's going to take to finish, if we continue doing 2 sessions a week, and that's what I wanted. I wanted something complicated to really get sunk into. Yeah, maybe July, maybe longer, maybe like a year or something, I don't know. Oh, before I said it, yeah. Ideally that would go there, but that's already there. Can move this one. To there, then this one to there. I'm happy with that. That needs to be copper. Not sure how easily we can do that. Oh, that's fine. They all fit on that corner and then that pulls off. We just need to send that underneath it. So that's all good. They're going to run along here. Run out of belt again. Let's go find some more belt to use and dump some junk in here. So we've got, should have, oh, we haven't plugged things in here. Let's plug stuff in before I can work out what we're doing at that end. Should just be some iron to go here and here. How do you take only 100? So a few different shortcuts. Not sure I know them all, but if you've opened up a storage container, you're looking at your inventory. You can just like click to pick up a stack. You can move one stack at a time by clicking on it. That's one way. If you right click, it takes half of whatever you're pointing at. So you can take half like that. If you've picked something up and you right click, it drops 1. So you can just take a few, like I can take 1, 2, 3 like that. If you shift and click on it, it takes the stack. So you hold down shift and click and it just takes it. If you hold down control and click, it takes all of it, or as much as it can, and moves it back and forth. There's various like mouse and keyboard shortcuts to move all those things around. There's a few more than that. Like if you've got enough space and you control click on an empty one, then it'll move everything back. Like a whole chunk of everything. So if you want like one stack, then you click on that stack. That's done. Let's do that one. Didn't finish plugging them in, did I? I just lined up where they're going to go. Let's finish that. Start making gears and engines. I think I've plugged the rest in already. It's just that iron and the rest is around the corner. Don't have belt equalizer, don't need one. No point. we don't need the outside belt to have anything on it. It doesn't help you. The only time you need it on the outside belt is if you're pulling off both sides of your bus, which I guess we are on this corner, so we should do something there. If you are always pulling off the same side of the bus, you want all of your stuff to be on that side, if it can. So if the belt on the inside becomes empty, you don't want to spread it across to the other ones, you want to force it in. So these pull-off systems where you have splitters that prioritize the direction you're coming off are attempting to force the outside to the middle and the middle to the inside, so that the maximum amount is going into the splitter that comes off. The maximum amount it can be. There's some, it's not a perfect system. It can't do everything, but it's better than like balancing across 4 lanes and then taking the inside, just the inside away, because you won't be taking a whole belt. You'll be taking less than a whole belt. In fact, this is still not ideal. Looking at it now, because it can only take half a... Oh no, it can take a full one. Can take a full belt. Yeah, you want your belt you're pulling off to be full. Otherwise, like, you need to plan around not having a full one. So if you've got a belt running up, you put a splitter in and you pull off. 100% here will go into the splitter, be moved over, and the 100% comes off. We will need more plates. Yeah, we're just building with what we've got, rather than anything else. Do this. 50% is coming off, 50% is going forward, so you don't get a whole line off. If you prioritize right, then 100% comes off, unless it can't. Then this line will be empty in theory. You see they're not empty, and that's because we're not using the whole belt that comes off. We're using a fraction of it, a part of it. What we've got here is like the leftover of things being pulled out from back here. You can see how, like by this point, our 3 belts has turned into 2.5, because the amount that's being consumed up here has been taken away. So when they push here, your empty bit gets forced down, and then what you're left with here is like 2 belts. And the same happens here. Part of the belt is forced down gradually. Probably, I feel, a good idea to have multiple where you're not pulling off, to also move more down, more and more down, to make it easier to pull it out. It's probably not necessary, but some cases I've seen where it might help. That's partly because the splitter doesn't wait, so there's a gap at the bottom, but there's nothing in the next one up. It doesn't wait to put it into the gap. And if the bottom line here is fully saturated and the bottom line here is fully saturated, it won't wait for a gap to put them in, and it won't put it on the top. You get a fully saturated bottom line, continues all the way. So one of the best things you can do is, if you have the opportunity, is make sure your inserters are pulling off both sides of the belt as equal as you can, so you don't end up with this situation where half the belt is empty and the other half is backlogged, because that will push back all the way to the smeltery, and you'll end up with like one side of your smeltery backlogged and the other side going full pace, which is not good. You want both sides of the belt balanced as well as each belt forced off. It's like such a juggling act. A bus is not an easy way of controlling things. It's just like a good way that works, but it's really not easy. I don't understand it. These can share a belt. This needs 3 inputs and an output, so one input can head down there. One input can go in there. And their outputs coming down and into steel chest. Good. So that's red belt, red underground, and red splitters being produced, although we don't have the materials to make them, but there we go. So we should start gradually shifting everything over to red from this point. Would be best. Well, I don't know if it would be best, but it would be a good idea. Not where we've pulled off. The bus itself I should go back and turn it all red so that we get more material through. But the bits we pull off, unless they need a whole belt, like for example this situation where we've got 2 inputs, 2 outputs for the gear wheels, we could have 1 output, 1 input if it was all red the whole way. But yeah, there you go. Okay, we've researched everything we can. There's nothing left to do, so we just have to do no research. So the materials we would use for research are now going to become available for other things, if that matters. Yes, one thing I want to do, when we turn the corner, we go from pulling on the right to pulling on the left. Down here, I just want to shift things, give it an opportunity to shift things over. But I should switch all these over first, as I just mentioned it. I don't know, it might not do much, but it might help get things to this side now that we're pulling off this side. So the top, we're going to turn the corner, get the bus behind, so our next development's going in the gaps here. Don't want to just keep going north because I want to build a new base up here, basically, ultimately. So we're going to turn around and then start developing in that direction. To bring all these lines up. It's going to look very silly now that I'm working in red. Because up until this point we're not in red, so it's going to separate things out rather than actually helping. Meteors landing in the pond nearby. I need more of all this anyway, but that's fine. So if that's where we're ending, we might as well turn here. Down and grab more belts and bits. Should be a few made now, we're giving it a little bit of time. A lot of splitters. A lot of underground. Lucky, good. Space, yeah, but not didn't destroy anything. They happen quite often. You get an alert on the left side that tells you when they're falling, and then if we hit something, you get an alert next to the hot bar down the bottom right. It says something's been destroyed. I need actual belt, which is backlogged. Lovely. Good. I should do a destroying of some things that are unnecessary for me to be holding, even if they are expensive to make. That'll do, I think. Okay. My gun can't destroy a wooden chest. Fine. Got a spare crusher. Can I crush unwanted automation cores? Yes. Good. So if I put things in here I don't want. Crush them. Better inserters here. Chest. Iron chests too. Could use steel ones now. That's fine, but some of them potentially will create goods when they get crushed, so we need an output just in case. I can sit there and crush some rubbish for a while. Okay, back up we go. Got the belt now. What do we got down here? We've got a full chest of rail, good. Tons of wagons. One locomotive. Okay, what's wrong with locomotives? We're not getting steel. Why are we not getting steel? I didn't plug it in to begin with. So how did it get any? Okay. We're missing steel, we need steel. Steel is here. And there. Don't put it off again, but I think easier to split that, send this one this way. Somehow, like this. That should actually make some locomotives, so we're going to need more than one, that's for sure. Although, I don't particularly know how the mod works, but with the dedicated vehicle fuels, we probably won't need two locomotives at the front of any of them. So like a 2-4 is unnecessary in vanilla, but definitely won't be needed here. We could do like 2-8 or 1-4, or we can do reversing trains, which is interesting. If we're going to use the coupling and decoupling mod, then reversing trains could be good. That's where you have one locomotive points forward and the other one points backward, so that they can drive forward and backward on the rail. But managing that traffic, I think, might be beyond me. Simplest would be 1-4s, little short trains, one locomotive, 4 wagons. Small, they're very quick, even when fully loaded and with basic fuel. If you do 2 locomotives with 8 wagons, when they're fully loaded, they're quite slow, unless you use like rocket fuel or something to fuel them, and then they go very fast and carry a lot. They're kind of good for like long distance journey. Okay, belt's turned the corner. We're in a position now to assembly machine production. Clear all this out the way. Meteor inbound. 3 meteors inbound. Nothing destroyed. There's one of them. The others are on the world, but not near us. We need to... might be a good idea to take a car out and look for iron. Use our personal radar. Go on a long drive to look for where we're going to connect iron. But for now, let's sort this out first. Assembly machine, let's remove that one. Create a new assembly machine sub factory. we're going to be making assembly machine level 2. I don't know how many we're going to be making, but some. So that would require 2 machines to make it. So let's try half that to begin with. Need this, this and this. That needs that, that and that. Those. I do like to make it complicated. That needs those and that. That's what it is. Then those need that and that. Those need just that and that. Okay. 17 machines in total. One making it in half, making that. Could be worth doubling that. I don't know. Don't need this to be particularly fast. Yeah, this will be fine. This will be fine like this. So we need small electric motors twice. So I'd like to combine them. And we need lots of gears all over the place, so I'd definitely like to combine them. So let's do that. We've got one. What we should do, change our preferences to say we're using red belt now. When we ask how many belts is this, it's going to give us in red belt terms, which we need to bear in mind where we're currently still using yellow because I haven't overhauled it. That's half of a red. Okay. We've got half of a gears there, one there, so 1.5, 1.75, 2.75 making gears. So yeah, nowhere near about. 2.75 is 3. They are making gears. What's next? Probably the engines. Motors even. So they need copper cable, as do they. So why don't we combine all the copper cable together? See how that goes. 1.5, 2.25, 3. Okay. Then 0.8 and 0.4, so 1.2 making motors. Not ideal because they're instead of 1.2 we've got 2 machines, which means they're going to over-consume the cable, which might cause trouble for this, so I would like to separate that out. So we'll have 3 making cable here, we'll have another one doing the ones for the electronic circuits later on. That's all good for the electric motor here. We then need, actually might do the same with the automation cores. I need one. There's another meteor already in this roughly the same spot. They come quickly sometimes. Gears for the automation core are exactly one, so that might be nice to separate out as well. In fact, all of this, I might take the other approach and not combine things down. We'll approach this differently, individual units. So start by making burner assembly machines. That's the first step of this process. We make them, then we upgrade them, then we upgrade them again. So burner assembly machine needs automation core, gear, and iron stick. One of each. They feed into the automation core. So gear, iron stick into automation core. Like that. In, out, out and in. They can definitely share a red belt, that's for sure. definitely over. You know, this is one of those spots where it's overkill to use red belt, but that's what we're making. Why make yellow and red? If we're making red, use it. As far as I'm concerned, don't need to min-max every resource we use. And that needs copper in, and automation cores out. And we just need to add more iron and stone brick. Or am I getting confused here? Yeah, more iron and stone bricks. So that's iron. That can go out on the long. This can make the burner in assembly machine. So that's the iron in. That's going to be automation cores in, and we just need to bring in stone blocks to go in as well. They can output there. That's stone blocks. This is going to be iron. This is going to be copper. Their priorities set. That should be all good. That should be making the burner ones. Yep. The next stage is to upgrade them to level 1s. So we need small electric motors to do that. 1, 1 and 1. Small electric motor. Also needs iron plate. That's going to go in and out there. That needs iron in, and then it needs to get over here somehow. Which is not a bad idea to output onto there and grab from there. It'll work. That's for the level 1s. Just need more gear wheels as well. One machine, more gear wheels. It's not great. That goes a long way. It's definitely changed in the mod that the undergrounds go further. That's going to take the engines into there. They're going to go into there. That's going to make gear wheels into there. Let's just plug that in so I can see if I'm doing this entirely wrong. Makes extra gears over there, which this guy's going to grab. They're going in there, so that's fine. They go out there and in there. And he makes the extras to go into there, so we just need the output from there. Which is going to go into the next stage of upgrading. Up again. I can move that to the bottom, get it out of my out of the way. Electronic circuits are more small electric motors, so the small electric motor is going to be this time 2 copper cable, 1 gear. Different for whatever reason. It's all a bit messy, but whatever. That goes in there and out. Feed that down to the inside, feed them to the outside. That in there. Nice to do that differently. Out that side instead. See how that goes. And then this needs copper in. Those could go under further, couldn't they? Thinking about it. But no, yeah, no big deal. Oh, this works. That's going to go in there. They're going to go out there. The shed belt's going to go into there. That needs iron plate as well. Didn't figure for that. If we upgrade that to a bigger power supply, we can move this one down. Move that back. That still goes into there, and that can use long-handled. Oh, I didn't need to move it back. Okay. It's not then. Still getting what they need. This is the one actually upgrading to the level 2, I guess. I don't necessarily want to do that there. We want to do electronic circuit next, which is 1, 1 and 1 in this case. Cable, tablet, circuit. Don't want to swap them around at all, don't think it matters. I can make the cable like that. I've got the same things over and over again, which is why I prefer to combine it down, but with this it got a bit messy doing that. I mean, this is also messy, but in my head it's making more sense, so that's why I'm doing it this way. That needs stone in. That should make the electronic circuits. Making the circuits, making the engines. Yeah, we just need to upgrade now, which I prefer to have the front to box up where we might be running. Doesn't appear to be a easy option here though, so let's not worry about that. Put it there. That can go straight in. They can go in there. These go under like this and go in. In level 2. Also just needs steel plate. Maybe that's a reason to move it. We can just run steel up it. Then we can't really run it out to this out again, so no, I do want to move that. Probably up to here. So let's move this all. Move this to the other side. That further goes in. Move it over one more. Let's go out there. Let's go in there. I can go out that side then. This gets changed over to sewing machine level 2. Now we need to get all these things over there. That's not ideal either. We can do it. Combine some things together. In fact, with the extra long undergrounds, we can easily do it. Look at that. Go under all of that. That can go in there. These just to go in. Yeah, it's just like that stone that I feel is in the way of what I'm trying to do. Gonna be there whatever. However we do this, let's move it somewhere crazy. But again, this is why we've got undergrounds. I would like to keep a row clear here for whatever comes next, so I'm going to send that this way. It'd be nice to have a yellow underground to go under there actually. Any nearby I can steal. Yeah, plenty. Let's upgrade that to a red one arbitrarily, and then for whatever reason you can mix and match like that. So yellow goes to yellow, red goes to red. However that works underground, I don't know, but it does. The speed doesn't matter for how little we're moving. We need an output, and we still need a steel input, so that could be steel input. This side would probably be better because of that. And that's the output chest where they're going to live. Yeah, we'll build a whole bunch when we can upgrade them later. We can throw them into the next, when we get level 3 we can throw them in to upgrade them. So steel's going to come from the outside to there, which you can do in one underground. There. They're going to go under that. Should be an output. There we go. Good. Should be getting everything. Be making level 2 machines. We don't want to run around converting everything to level 2 machines necessarily. We calculated everything on the ratio of using the level 1 machines, so that's what we should use. I think when we rebuild things, we will rebuild them different. So going back and turning the whole line red might be the whole bus red might be an idea, something to do. It might be worth it if we can then also upgrade the smelteries to the faster ones, and the input to the smelteries to red belt, and so on and so on. The drills to mine more. I think it would be a good idea to do that, but I also like the idea of finding where we're going to get iron from next, just to know. Because having not seen any with the radars, I'm a little worried about that. Worried, just would like to know what the plan is going to be when we're able to branch out with the rail. Still crushing. Did get some inserter parts back. That's what I thought might happen when we crushed them. Okay, let's we got given a car, part of the easy mode start, so let's go get a car and drive it. we don't have a fuel refinery to make proper fuel with. We could take some out of our portable generators. And when we get back from this trip, we will overhaul all of this, upgrade it to the next level. We might not have enough input for it to be meaningful or completely meaningful, but we'll see when we can connect more input, or whether we can upgrade the drills soon enough for it to make a difference. There's the freebie car. Be all good. Let's get outside of our electrical pole grid before we hop in. We don't crash into anything. So. Or we will crash into things, that's for sure. Let's give a save in case we crash into anything that makes a difference. Okay, there's some fuel. Let's head out there. So ideally, I would like to find it in south-southwest kind of direction, and we're going to develop to the north-northeast direction in general. But I guess just kind of like getting to the edge of our current radar reveal and expanding what we can see is good in all directions. Try to avoid rocks, trees. Already taken a little damage. Got enough repair packs, should be okay. See other meteorites that have landed and damaged the world. found some coal. Not much else so far. The patches of water, the rocks and trees in every direction. Another core seam. Oh, it's a rock I didn't notice. There's a change of biome, interesting. What is this, like snowy type thing next to the desert? Here's some iron ore. And interestingly, this is pretty close to a big patch of copper ore as well. It's a funny shape and awkward to mine, but if we're running a rail line down here and we get stone, 3 resources in the same area, that's pretty good going. If we can set up a good station for it, that would be cool. I think that kind of answers the question. Like, this is where we're going to develop to, down here in the south. It's got all 3 resources there. Not the easiest car to manoeuvre. Better than a lot of games, but and that's sometimes my fault, the crashing directly into things. I can't even drive near uranium yet. Wow. It's interesting. You need to do something to be able to handle uranium at all. Get some kind of armour would be my guess. Not really finding anything else. A few trees to drive through. Sting. Our little. Let's not abandon that robot. Tiny bit of iron here. Well, not tiny, but small and awkward because of the waterfront. It's not one that I would intend to hook up. We can find others. Patches of trees and rocks and stuff. Oh, that's uranium. Got to stay away. Don't want to mutate. Those are rocks. Didn't see them. This biome at night, different colours, I guess. It's all rocks as well. I am looking at the minimap a lot to see if we're uncovering anything on the edges of what we can see. We just like no, not really oil here. Not found much even. I mean, we're not finding much more than the radar would see. It's like our personal radar coverage beyond that. There's not much more of the world. But I'm pretty happy about those patches to the south being the next thing we connect, and they are far enough to rail is probably worth doing rather than belting it. Don't know. Might be close enough for belt. We can take a look at that. There's a whole bunch of coal here. Copper right next to it. Interesting. This is north though, where I wanted to build rather than get stuff, but we may not have that choice. Or we build further east and less north. Just gonna get around that big pond next to where we are now. Definitely doable. Or we just create tons and tons of landfill and fill it in. Also an option. Another big pond on this side of the world. Not really uncovering anything more out this way either. Wouldn't say. Abandon our robots. Okay. I think that satisfies my curiosity mostly. It's like a patch here to uncover, and then I'm going to head back to base. Car, yeah. Went exploring. See if we can work out what the expansion plan is. Upgrade first, then expand. Upgrading might be enough to last us a long time. We'll see. Let's put that back to rest for a while. Put the car away and then refill our fuel in our armour for the robots. Okay, so anything I didn't see while driving around? Doesn't look like it. Stone, bit of coal on the edges, bit of oil. Yeah, so we've got the iron here. That's like too close to be worth connecting a train for. This ability is belt that around the corner and do something with it. It'd be a long belt, but I think it's still better. Then down here at this pond we've got iron, copper, stone. Tons of oil there, so I think we'll have a pretty major train station around here. All of these will feed into, so we can come and get every resource from there to bring up to a big smelting station that we'll start designing in this space once we've got as far as we can with the current base. And that'll have a major train station over to the left here somewhere. Feed into that. The general plan, I guess. If anything happens between now and when we are able to start that. Okay, let's, as mentioned, start overhauling from the input all the way through to red belt. There are these that aren't doing anything anymore. Is that worth balancing like that anymore? No. We've got more on the right hand side now. We want to take the right and move it to the left, which that's not doing. We just don't do that, would be my preference, rather than trying to work out the alternative. Let that feed through for a bit. Those two aren't going anymore either, so getting through a lot of iron. Is that reconnected? That wiggly bit done. Bring everything up to these splitters first and then we can upgrade the splitters and carry on. I don't think we've got enough belt to do it all. I'll work out why this splitter's missing there. Must have been a reason I didn't put them in the first place. Can't remember now. It's also not necessary to put the red belt all the way to the end of these lines. If you were trying to keep as much red belt as you could for other things, you can have yellow to start with and then red later when you've got enough drills outputting for it to be meaningful. These are going to die pretty soon too, but we'll come back and dig them up then. Couple more lines to do. Yeah, I don't know why that's not being balanced into it. Don't know. I guess from the number of drills it might not need it, might not matter. It's quite likely actually. The number of drills keeps changing, so I would like to do something. Whether it's a balancer or just some splitters doing something. Maybe I'm out of red belt anyway, we need to go grab more. 2 meteors, one is nearby. No damage. Clear some of this out of my inventory, we're just ending up with so much stacked in. Dump out the random just iron, copper, that kind of stuff. If we need to handcraft something, we'll come back and grab some more and do it. It's fine, don't mind juggling around like that. Ideal, but I don't mind. There we go, that's all the iron, copper, stone tablets. Go into there. Oh, that'll do for now. Let's clear out a bunch of space. Throw the yellow belt into things that are going to upgrade it. I'm going to be using red. And as we go around, scooping things up, it's going to give us a lot of yellow belt to use. Just notice this red splitter doesn't use red belt at all. That's very interesting decision on their design front. You know, good one maybe. Red belt is yellow belt upgraded. Red underground is yellow belt upgraded by adding red belt. Makes some sense. Though adding the extra distance to it, maybe it should have had something else. Red splitter is yellow splitter upgraded, but not with red belt because it doesn't go anywhere. It just does more splitting. Don't know. Interesting. Now I just want to take as much red belt as I can fit. Which is an entire chest full. Great. Let that make some more. Head back to that patch and get these connected. Kind of like it to finish mining that egg. It's such a mess. A few drills here and there. Probably right to move these over. Let's upgrade that then. Bring the line up. Try and see through the ores to where we got to. Oh, there, okay. Yeah, so if it was like the right number of drills, then That's why we didn't split them, but it might not be anymore. The way these are joining isn't great. What have we actually got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So an 8 to 8 balancer would be a sensible thing to put in. I just don't know how to make them myself, so we can just grab one off Google, or we can do two 4 to 4 balancers. No, 4 4 to 4 balancers to do it. Wouldn't be particularly compact or sensible, but would get it done. Which I'm a fan of. I'm not a fan of doing it so inefficiently, but perhaps more so than just Googling a blueprint that will do a 8-lane balancing. To bring those ones down, actually, if we can. That one will be there. That one will go there. No, not quite. Oh yeah, that's all okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we'll bring that one there. That one there. That's all good. That gives us 2 sets of 4. Clear out all this iron ore I've had to scoop up while doing that. Balance these 4 and these 4. So there's a bit more room to work in. Take the middle ones, bring these down, one more, those are, there's 4 there, move these ones up, that, I guess. Then yeah, there and there. Isn't ideal. We can't put the power in there, I guess, but we just put the power around it. Why not? I'm fine with that. Then we balance these. Not sure if this even logically makes sense, but I think it does. In fact, I can copy paste these now, can't I? They're all balanced, and then every lane is balanced with each other. So every lane of the 8 has been balanced with every other lane of the 8 at some point in that process. Shame that can't fit there unless we do something different. If we might we do that? That one can fit there. We want to move that splitter down. We can do if we send them under. If we move it all over a bit. End up with a whole bunch more iron ore that I need to go through into smelters, but I'm keen to get this as neat as I can, considering it's not the most compact way I know of doing it. That would be Googling it. Yeah, cut these back. So we're going to use the bottom 2 of there and the bottom 2 of here. Need to get them down and them up. Which... yeah, not sure. They go like that. Doesn't work. They go like that. Then come down afterwards. Get there before the pole, then it's okay. There you go. Then we put balancers in. And the poles can keep going, you know, where they should be. Something doesn't look right with them though. Strip all of that away. Just line them up different. Goes into there. That one into there. Ah, but there's only 6 of them. Didn't clock that. Never mind. Guess that means we could, we should have done a 8 to 6 balancing instead, which I really don't know how to do. But because they're fully balanced, it doesn't matter. These 2 dead ends are just going to push everything down the other way. I think the amount of drills we've got is still only good for 6. It's no good for... But we gave them a 10% boost. Now I only need 32 per line. 201. Do 6 1/3 lines, which, yeah, you know, is 6. I don't want to shift the copper up again until we've got a full cell to do. We're also going to upgrade these to the next tier, which could take doubling the belts, so we're actually yeah, we're going to end up with more iron, but we don't need more belt lines to get it in. That's fine, but we are going to end up smelting more, but not because of those 2 lines at the bottom there. I'm going to do all the bits that feed in first. For the iron, not the coal yet. Maybe don't need to do the coal at all, perhaps. It's kind of wiggly on the way down. I'm not a huge fan of either. Just pull off from the outside each time instead. I don't have enough yellow undergrounds to do anything with the coal. But I would rather do that, so I'm going to. Instead of moving them over, we're just going to leave the inside empty. Then we'll pull this one off instead. Into there. Same deal here. That one's now empty. Can run there instead. Pull off from there. Yeah, but then that one pulls off there, that one there. That's now empty. That one. This isn't the right way of doing it now because there's more of it. Not sure if that makes sense, but it vaguely makes sense in my head. In each case, each cell should still be pulling an entire belt in. Should be. Then if one backlogs, we kind of want... it doesn't matter if the rest flows down. No, it doesn't matter. Each cell cannot do more than one belt. It's not capable of it, so there's no point in feeding more than one belt in. Even if more than one belt's available, there's just no point in doing it. So that's fine. There's also really no need to put these pulling them off because they're balanced here. So there's no need to pull off if they're balanced. That one can just all go in there. That one all goes in there. Inventory out again. That one will all go into there. That one is going into there. And we've got two on the outside here as well. Still bits of yellow I can see underneath there. It's not what I wanted. There we go. Want that to go under, but I don't have yellow to do it with, so let's, do it with red. Can we get from there to there? No. Damn. Just do it short until we can span that distance with one, I guess. Blue belt, maybe. There we go, there's the last one. Okay, so that's all sorted. That's iron ore up to its smelting points, all in red. So next we'll upgrade the actual smelting cells themselves to red. I've been a bit silly with that, haven't I? Those we were rearranging, but I can just use the upgrade planner. Right? No. Because it will tell them to upgrade the inserters, which I don't want it to do. But if I do just the little bits, then it will be okay. As long as I don't do the red ones, because then it will try and make them blue. There. Like that, and like that. The robots will do it for me. Well, good. We're making progress in upgrading things. Improving this little initial base that we're making. Might actually do quite a bit more with it now. We've got some oil nearby that once we've upgraded the bus to the next tier, I would like to get started on some petrochemicals just to get a foot in the door, so to speak. See if we've got time tonight to do that or not 100% sure. But I will just take one last break before we get into all that. So just 4 or 5 minutes again to stretch the legs and give the brain a little bit of a break from all of this and what have you. I'm actually actively doing anything, so I'm going to pause the game while I go. When I'm back, like I say, we'll finish upgrading to red belt, to steel furnaces, to have more throughput here at this base. And then if we got time, we'll look at some petrochemical stuff, see how it goes. So yeah, a few minutes, guys, and I'll see you shortly. Hello everyone, I'm back from the break. Let's get back to it. Another couple of hours. I might be able to survive. Carrying on. We'll just carry on doing these upgrades and then yeah, see where we get to. I think I've got enough brain power left to do some petrochemical if we have time. But if it completely frazzles me, then we may leave it for next time. We'll see how it goes. I mean, the stuff we worked on so far today hasn't been so bad. Improving the production that we are doing on the bus at the moment, and getting all that research cleared through is pretty cool. We're now very far ahead, so the upgrade planner is obviously something I just remembered we do have, but last time I was playing Factorio for any amount, it was, you know, it was a mod you had to get. So having it in the game is interesting. I've looked at it recently and not seen any configuration options. It would be nice if it could be configured so I could tell it, you know, just do belt and then drag it over the entire thing. But you know, still it's better than nothing. I can. Okay. Let's have a look at that then. Click on the green. Go to inventory. Ah, I see what you mean. Then I get like a tool which I can put there or whatever, which is like this upgrade planner, which I can open up and configure the... Yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Like how you create the blueprint, it creates an item that's then that one rather than the generic thing. I can tell it just upgrade inserters to fast. It's exactly what I don't want. Just upgrade transport belt to red transport belt, and that is a red transport belt upgrade planner now. And I can go go over all of it from there, and it won't even try and do the blue ones either. Very cool. Let's go all the way to there then. Then all the way to there. And we'll catch up with it there after we've done all this. Very nice, thanks for the tipper key. Appreciate that. I think I will... Having done that much, I think I'll get rid of it. Maybe? No, let's... Don't think we need to upgrade the coal. I don't think that's necessary. But we do want to do the copper, so let's flag that. It doesn't pause the belt. No, it doesn't. That's good. Split it and underground. Good point. Just seen those ones there that need it doing. Yep. When I do that, it'll do them, and then I've missed those ones at the start, haven't I? So I don't know. Redo that. Meteor came down. Nothing damaged from the looks of it. Redo that all the way down. I'll do those as well. Perfect. Do all of that. To there. And don't necessarily want to do the copper ones, so we'll go around them. The coal ones. That's what I mean. Don't necessarily want to do the coal ones because I don't think it's necessary to do so. Everything else, I believe, is now flagged up until the start of the bus. We just need to get into range to let the robots do it. Okay, but we'll keep that on us for now. I know it is an inventory slot, but I don't know. Might find a use for it in the future. The robots are currently on strike or something because they're doing like 1 hour. Hello, robots. I have robots. I have belt. They have charge. They just want to go slow, I guess. They just decided. What is going on with them? Weird behaviour, yeah. Well, I don't know. They're doing it now, so they just wanted a break, I guess. Same again here. I can do it faster than myself if they're not going to do it. Yeah, they just don't want to. Maybe I've done something wrong, or I don't know. Oh, there we go. There's a wave of them going out. No idea. But they're doing some, so that's fine. I'll do some as well, and they can do the ones they find around me. Although, mustn't abandon them. I feel like I've been coughing a lot today. Sorry if that's bothering anyone who's watching. This is odd, yeah, it is. I don't know, some kind of mod interaction or something that got them behaving weird. Generally, I don't bother using bots. I figure they are particularly helpful in something as confusing as this, but yeah. So we got 3 dice. So you think you're going to try the 8? Ah, cool, cool, cool. I'm sure it'll be easy. Big city, yeah, could slow things down, but still, I don't know. I could just give up. I think it'll be all right. Get an idea of like vaguely what layout you want to do and what amount of production you want to do. I'd recommend doing smaller than what I did, and yeah, like using robots, using everything like that. Use the planner. Should be able to, shouldn't it? You should be able to import a... Not sure, actually. You can just import string here, can't you? Yeah, so that shouldn't break the achievements. Oh, factory planner for the... Yeah, I see. Yeah, for the calculation of it. The actual like speed run that I watched after I did it was very much stayed in the burner phase a lot longer than I would. Made it a lot bigger in the burner phase, I mean. Used robots, stuff like that. You must even tell me about it. I can do. I'm not. I don't have my Steam friends enabled ever. I must say, I have it like turned off all the time. It's because I'm streaming all the time. So you probably wouldn't actually ever see me on because I always forget to like turn it back to normal so people can see me. Because you know most days of the week I want it off while I'm doing stuff. And then the day I'm not here, I don't really want to be on Steam necessarily. Although we will set up a Discord now. I say, once I get the paperwork done and I get the affiliate status enabled on Twitch, I'll set up a Discord so people can reach me when I'm not online. You know, there are other ways of getting in touch, but Discord would be the best way for a community with a shared interest to communicate. I did say I would make one at some point. Among other things, really need to. Don't have the artwork ready that I wanted to go alongside starting affiliate. So I should make a move on that, or get a move on. Hurry up. If everything goes to plan, of course. I need to actually read the contract further and everything else that Twitch need me to sign and agree to and stuff like that. So, having not seen it before, there's a chance that I'll disagree with it and not be able to do it, but it seems unlikely. I think the terms are pretty much exactly the same as the terms of streaming like I am now. Just with, you know, with methods of monetizing it at my risk, of course. Twitch won't help me in any way. Almost upgraded the smelting. I need to then head and get the copper mines upgraded. Do we need to do red up to steel? No. Yeah, I guess we do. If we want to upgrade the steel to steel furnace as well, then we might need to get the iron there faster. We can get enough coal coke there as well. That'd be interesting. Might have to look at the numbers on that again if we do want to upgrade steel production, which I assume we will. a lot of the more recent stuff we've tried to make has needed a little bit of steel, so we're developing further. I imagine more steel will be required. I haven't looked at things like oil refineries, and recipes for them might be different. Oil pump jack. Refinery needs some glass, which is not too bad. Chemical plant needs some glass, yeah. Don't have glass being made like for the bus or anything like that, which maybe you'd need to. Do some stone crushing and glass smelting in a cell. Don't know. For the time being, I don't think we need to. Is that all of them? Looks like it. Don't see any symbols over to the right hand edge. No. Good, so we'll head out. Get this copper done. It's going to be harder to run on the belts now. Should get myself... well, we've got modular armour already and it's kind of full getting these bots supplied, so I guess we can't get a belt immunity until we can unlock the next tier of armour. So I think it's only modular armour that we've unlocked. Yeah. We couldn't make another one at the moment. Unless we change what's in there, which... I don't know, we'd need like a better power generator or something. Don't think that's going to happen. Just have to make do with being pushed everywhere by the belts all the time. All of that done. The robots come back in. Recharge or whatever they need. Bits down the end here. A few more lines on the right there. Almost done. Looks like we're almost there. Don't see any more little symbols. Not there, not over here. All good. Okay, so everything except for the coal, but mining of copper and iron is now red belt. Smelting cells are all red belt. So we just need to upgrade the whole line, and then the actual furnaces need upgrading. Some of the bits I'm asking them to do are unnecessary, and we've actually run out of red belt now. Let's go grab some more, see what's been created in the time since we've been away. We haven't managed to fill it in yet, but they're not far off, so it's not bad going. Kind of like to be able to dump my yellow ones there to get them upgraded gradually, if that works. It's not quite what I wanted. Don't know if I can get them to prioritise taking the chest over taking from the belt. Guess we could... yeah. Put the chest there. Like that. It's going to need a little extra power, which is annoying, but there we go. That way it will prioritise doing the chest, I guess. I should, though, limit it so that that machine doesn't fill the chest up. It just allows me to put ones in there to get fed in to turn them into red ones. Come over this way and keep upgrading. For how far these resources will get us, but keep going. That lot wants doing. Pardon me. Don't think we need to upgrade necessarily the steel line that comes out yet, or the one that's on the belt. Don't need to with the stone because they're not outputting even a full yellow belt yet, and they may not at all. All good. Keep moving forward. Let the robots recharge and come home. And we'll move on. A few more little bits to do down here where we got up to. Make it obvious where we stopped, so let's go up to that underground there. Then we'll head up and do this loop around for the steel that I just marked in. Which I could do a lot quicker than the robots, of course. Fiddly bit they can do though. Good. Progressing. Okay, so that's the input to the steel upgraded. Like I said, I don't think the output needs to be done yet. Prioritise using what we've got for other more important ones. The robots come back in again. You just want to really upgrade the iron and copper lines. Includes any of these bits that are like poking down, I guess. Already got those ones, yeah. Up to that splitter. See what we're dealing with here. The actual bit that goes into the production definitely doesn't need doing because we've designed everything based on using yellow belts so far. So, like I say, until we need to redesign what we're making here, like when we get the next level of drill and we redesign drill production, then we can bring the red belt into that area. There we go. No, they need doing. Not that one. That's stone. That one was iron. That needed doing. Well, you know, to be consistent, it needed doing. Do all of that. keep going. Nice if they would prioritise the awkward bits that I can't easily do and not the straight line bits that I can do a lot quicker. Still, we get in there. Up to the corner now. Is there anything else there? So that doesn't need doing. The stone. Some make that consistent, turn it back to yellow where I've made them upgrade it. That's all good. Steel is not accidentally being caught, looks fine. Yep, looks good. Let's keep going upwards. Should just be able to do that all the way up the middle, I guess. That miss anything? Oh, catch steel every now and then, won't it? It's interesting. These bits where we're actually using steel here. That's already red. That's where we started progressing after we got red, so that's just where we need to reach to. Looks fine. Pull steel off anywhere else? Just back there, which I got right. Okay, I think this is all good. We just need to do these last bits, and the bus will be tier 2 belt. But yeah, just a whole bunch of yellow belt to get rid of. Maybe we just scrap it all. You know, I would definitely do that in vanilla because it's so easy to make. Just because it's harder to make here, I'm not sure it's necessarily worth keeping it more. We still have pretty much infinite resources. It's all good. And the robots come back to bed, and that's done. That's all upgraded. So we need to now grab these, but I need to clear the space in my inventory first. We're going to need a lot of them. Then we'll go upgrade the actual smelting rate to take advantage of the extra speed that we can have now. But yeah, like I said, I don't think we've got enough ore coming in for it to be like now full. So this won't be 3 full belts of 3 full red belts of iron, for example. But it will be more than 3 yellow belts. Where did I put that chest? There it is. Throw in what we can. Don't need this much red belt on me anymore. We'll cut that down a little bit. Go put the rest of these in the chests we already had up here. Then these last bits that we can't fit anywhere, let's feed them into the system. We will ultimately be turned into something else. There we go. That's good progress on that front. Let's grab those steel furnaces, as many as we can, which is all the ones we made. Interesting. Or if that's going to be enough, and then let's amend our upgrade planner to say turn stone furnace to steel furnace. Nice and simple. Not sure how this is going to affect steel production. So if we're going to do more steel, we're going to need more coke. If we double the steel, can we double the coke? Probably. Will we have enough wood? Probably not. Is steel still here? Yes. It's got a weird name. Let's rename that to steel. So we're currently doing 450. We increase that. And we tell it we're going to be using steel furnace now. 24 steel furnace. And 14. We've got 16. 2, 4, 6, 8. We've got 16. Don't know why, but we've got 16 of them. Fine. Can I tell it we're intentionally using more? Doesn't look like it. So that's going to give us the wrong number then for greenhouses. It's 15, it's probably 16. Which we've got no other recipe to use yet. So we will need more greenhouses in order to get enough coke to make this amount of steel. I'm going to say 16 greenhouses. Still only one crusher, that's fine. And the amount of stone still negligible. Everything else, fine. Okay, so that's fine, we can do that. We just need to get 2, 4, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got 7 greenhouses at the moment. Need to change that into 16, 15 or 16. Which we don't particularly have space for here. Maybe we need to move it up the back here, give it a bigger area, I guess. Yeah, don't think there's anything else we can do about it. So we need another. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I want 16. We need 9 more greenhouses. 2, 3, 4. Five, 6, 7, 8. Need more glass to make the 9th. I've got any sand on me? No, but I can scoop some from here. And some fuel. Meteors. Not on top of our base. It's good. Can take our radar down. We don't have biters. Nothing's going to change, so we don't really need them running once they've revealed everything they can reveal. One more greenhouse. There we go. Throw the sand into there. Coal back into there. See, I'm thinking of moving the whole lot here somehow. So let's cut the stone, clear that out. Let the robots upgrade the rest of this furnaces here. Might be good to get a like a water storage tank before it goes in. Do we just use a regular vanilla one? Probably. Stores 25k. That one stores double that. It's not that we really need the liquid, I just wanted something to like check that the level's okay. At least. Then yeah, we can make pumps if the pressure isn't good enough this far out after it's been through those 3. if that's starting to go through, if it's only pulling off one side. That's not how you do that. That is. It's not terribly important to do this because we could just have steel production bottlenecked by the amount of wood, therefore the amount of coke, but rather get it right, get it correct. Hear all this junk off the street around here. Okay, then I guess tear all this lot out as well. Keep it running until all that sand is through. Don't think we can. I mean, it's a lot of sand. That's fine. Might be in a different location, so I'm going to take these out. Probably will be in a different location. Take a bit more of this away. Okay, extend the power grid, but we're going to want more medium poles. Craft a few more now to help out. Then yeah, like skip a row to fit the actual machines in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That would be okay. Then another row of 8. Thinking there. Many of these need upgrading to medium poles. That's what they're for. Need a lot of wood to make a lot of coke to get a good amount of steel, which is interesting. Need to allow space for a lot of greenhousery. Grab that and throw it into, and scoop this. Throw all this sand into the ones that are not moving. Not being moved. Down here. Okay. That'll do for now. Probably going to end up scooping more when I clear these out. Give them a minute to empty themselves. We need to work out where the crusher's going to go as well, of course. All fine. Line there ready to be reconnected to sand. Yeah, sand after we replace where the crusher's going to go. Start replacing these with normal sized ones just to fill this gap. There we go. Cut this down. All good. Okay, so greenhouses. There's 8 of them. And another 8. Crusher probably on the left hand side. There. Around it, but one of these will need upgrading. That one, or no, probably like that one. can cover 3 on that side, 3 there, those 2 like that. Maybe that'll do. We could do this, everything in the middle. Could be an option. Let's try that out, see if we can make that work. Be a bit neater, that's all I'm thinking. And yeah, do all of the poles. The look of it. And then, you know, complete options in where we put grabbers and stuff. But I guess we could do... Nah, let's do that. So we're going to need one of these. Try and use yellow for the stone. More is not necessary. And again, yellow inserter. But maybe a fast inserter out because the amount it makes. Yeah, a couple of stone turns into a lot of sand. That. Yeah, probably still use yellow for the sand because the amount needed isn't much. But we're going to need to split it. Which I would like a yellow splitter to do. Let's just do red. Oh, I told before, there's no point in. We can overbuild, it's not a big deal. That one will go there. That one will go there. Need to deal with like the outputs because it makes a lot of wood each time, so long handled might not be the best option, but like 2 or 4 of them might be okay, I guess. Yeah, so we could output all the wood onto one belt if we do a lot of like underneaths all over the place, which yeah, might look pretty cool even though it's total waste. I'll try that. We'll probably need to go grab more, yeah, a lot more red undergrounds, that's fine. Yeah, just stock up on them and then it'll be fine. Yeah, we'll give it a go. See if it looks nice and works. Lines up and what have you. Extra splitters, bunch of undergrounds. Should be all good. Give it another go. Still need to bring the leftover sand down. Might have been nice to do this one more to the left, but no big deal. Still need to connect stone out that way. We should do with change these splitters. They're not prioritising anywhere now. Afterwards, so we prioritise down into here for the smelting. That's the first use of the stone. Then we just spread things about a bit. A bit goes up there, a bit goes out this way to be turned into rail. Connect that up. Like I say, it's further down now, that's fine. Run that line out to be next to it. And yeah, these, so still want to go like that to finish the pattern, I guess. Then we don't actually want that to happen there because it won't run down very easy. Oh, it won't run down, whatever we do actually, so why don't we do that? It's going to run down here. To join in there, but yes, in yellow at this point. Need a yellow underground to do that. Which can't see any just lying around anywhere. We'll grab one out of the box, I guess. 2 specifically, because you need 2 to do an underground. Oh, well, we need to do that differently then. Unless we just call all that the end of the red stuff, and then from here it goes in yellow. Fine by me. So more underground sections all the way along. Quite to there. Can be, but for the pattern I prefer this. A lot of sand stacked up, but needed to output here. Can deal with that. That would be a good place to put a loader actually. We've only got yellow loaders unlocked. You know, they don't need enough sand for that to matter at the moment. They just would behave better. The recipe in. Still need to plug the water in, still need to sort out how we're going to do this output. So the idea was to then fill this gap. So each of them has 2 long-handled outputs, or 4 I guess. Bit overkill, but why not? Other than I don't have enough long-handled inserters on me. Ah, maybe I do. All good. And then yeah, under those as well. It'll be all outputting onto the same, it'll be both sides balanced. Very nice. It's gonna come out there, fill in those little gaps in the middles here. That. I'm just gonna plug that output into the where the wood belongs in the coke production setup. So like here. I'll make that as long as possible. There we go. Does this need to be all red? Probably doesn't. Won't kill us to do it. Set that up again. Yellow to red, yellow to red, and yellow to red. Not for the coal though. That bit. That line there. The output from it, I doubt it matters, but okay, just in case, I'll upgrade that too. So we'll upgrade the splitter, but after the split it won't matter. Turns red into 2 yellows. Like it definitely won't matter. Okay, so we just need to plug the water into both. So I wanted to just have a tank here to see. But that doesn't line up nicely because of how I'm doing the poles. What about there? Send that underneath it. Water into there. I don't know where my pipe's all gone, but it's gone. And that'll go under there. Probably alright. Need to get some piped ground. Which we never rebuilt, I guess. Until that happened, never rebuilt it. We probably don't need more than we already made, but take that up ready to line it up again. Maybe we could go down that gap instead this time. I like that idea. Throw a bunch of that. Cut this right back. We're going to go, I guess, in line with these poles. Just to the right of them. So there. One more. Yeah, come up here. Line up around there when we bring this over, find out where it is. To there, wasn't a bad guess. That is connected, water's going in. And connect the other row from there. Perhaps not enough water, it's slowly getting to them all. The furthest one looks like it's going to do okay. It's going to have enough water for the next cycle, so that's fine. That's all good. Slow process, but that's all good. Resume the coke production in the right ratio, right quantities now. So that's perfect. That's that sorted out. And nothing broken, so... Can I put anything more in this chest? Yes, good. A few undergrounds and splitters to put away. And then we go upgrade the other smelting areas, which should be simpler because they're not requiring coke to be created to fuel them, so we can just turn all of the iron and copper smelting into steel furnaces, increase our throughput there. Should be very nice. Then we have a little bit of time to begin looking at petrochemicals, so why don't I scoop up some stuff. I need some steel. A pump jack. I'm going to need more glass as well, of course. Okay. There's the upgrade instruction given. Just going to run around and get them all done. Set one just somewhere, making some more glass while we... Oh, I don't have any sand on me, do I? No, I put it all away. We'll deal with that in a minute. No big deal. I wanted to just get a bit of a head start on the machines needed to do petrochemical stuff, but no big deal. Robots seem to be behaving themselves now and actually doing the upgrades, which is nice of them, kind of them to do that. Let these guys recharge and come back in, I guess. And there we're going to be walking away with a whole bunch of stone furnaces to deal with. Few more to do. I mean, all the copper's done, which is a good start. Give the robots another moment to catch up with me running around. Everybody doing okay? Few of them need charging, but doing alright. I missed a few belts, didn't notice that. Good, there we go, get them while we're here. Just the last 3 rows, which we can reach by running down here. And smelting will be at the best speed it can be with how we got things set up at the moment. Perfect. We're not actually using, you can see how backlogged all the stuff is. We must have filled like every chest that we put out to make something in, so we can certainly be making more. Just I guess the next step is the blue tech chips, or the military ones, I guess, but don't know, could do the military ones. Need to add smelting to get silicon for that, which is an interesting one to look at. But yeah, I'd rather get the blue ones. They've got the kind of technology I want to be unlocking. The new machines and stuff, rather than the military stuff. Rather focus on the blue one first, which evidently needs petrochemical because it needs sulfuric acid immediately, and then advanced circuits need plastic and silicon from the looks of it. Okay, here's a bunch of stone furnaces. Those can go join. And we needed to make some glass, so wouldn't mind having this little ad hoc glass production at the end of where this sand is coming through, if I can get something to fuel that with. Oh, the wood from there we could output to fuel it, I guess. What if I move that over one? The long-handled inserter, because like I'm not sure we're even using basic. No, we're not. I think we're done with the basic tech chip. Unless there's something hidden in here that's going to come out, we could rip that out. But it certainly means we don't need this wood for that. So, yeah, we'll deal with actually whether we need to tear it out or not when we put the blue in, I guess. If we can fit the blue in here at all. We'll deal with that then. For now, we'll just steal some of the wood to fuel this. And then we just need a way of getting sand in, which add a splitter there, I guess. Do that. That'll work. Get the job done. Make a bit of glass. Why don't I put that in a chest? We're going to need glass. I know we shouldn't necessarily be handcrafting a lot of things, but it'll help kickstart a few bits, I'm sure. What are we going to connect then? We're going to start some petrochemical with the nearest crude, which is down there. We don't necessarily need to connect every single dot, but I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, let's make 12 pump jacks anyway. I need steel for that. In fact, if we could grab electric motors, steel beams, pipe, that would be sensible. Speed up the process. Where have we got electric motors? Not down here, I don't think. Definitely upwards, for sure. There. Some here too. Steel beams. I swear we made steel beams for something. Rail, right? Yeah. Still nowhere near enough to skip having to handcraft a bunch of it. Never mind then. Still need steel gear wheels. Don't think we're making them anywhere, so they'll be made from the plate, I guess. More small electric motors or copper are needed. Stand here and steal some more. There's the 5 we need for that. Okay, good. Oil refinery, again, more small electric motors. Okay. Is there nothing down here making them? Didn't think there is. Oh, there's some there for inserters. Okay. Go grab from there instead, but not sure which one's making them faster. 2 here to steal from, I guess. Maybe we just make 1 for now to get our head around what's going on. Nah. Scoop some from down here. And chemical plants, don't know how soon they would be needed. But it might be nice to take some with us. Same deal, they need small electric motors. Grab some glass as well. Some there. Bunch of electric motors there. Let's make 5 chemical plants. Another refinery. Scoop up the motors from the inserters. Another 2 refineries. That will do us to start with. Let's grab more pipe because we're sure to need more, and make some storage tanks. What we got left over, that seems all good. Just grab another 50 of them and a couple hundred of them. Head down to where that crude oil is to run the power with us. So we're going to need more power poles than that. And the medium ones we can make, let's make to, just in case we need that extra coverage, because refineries are a big building as well, so sometimes the extra wide coverage of the medium power pole is worth having. It's good to have. Clear these rocks out, they're vaguely in the way. It's a lot of stone. Okay. Did drill out the way. This power line over. Let the robots come to bed. Round here, so let's head down. There they are. Kind of more grassy down here, which I guess is nice. I think some of these power poles are going to be in the way of the pump jacks. Let's try. Yeah, that one for example. And that one. It's all of them though, that's cool. Ghost these out and the robots can finish it off when I've handcrafted them. Though to actually power the machines we have to make some changes, obviously. Go. So that one's not going to be powered. All of these, because they can't fit the pole where they would go. not sure the bigger pole coverage is going to fix that, to be honest. I have to just put one off the grid like that. Here, like that. So there. Not a huge reason to connect many of these up. We've got 14 million oil here. It behaves differently to vanilla. In vanilla you have the yield, which decreases over time. Here we have a fixed output that lasts until the oil is consumed. So there's 14 million. Each of these is going to output whatever they output. I can't remember now. I need to look at something to find out rates of that. Can I look at crude oil in FNEI? There's no liquids there. Let's search oil. No, Tesla coil. Crude oil core fragment. Crude oil barrel. Crude oil, there we go. Empty barrel. Crude oil from a pump jack. Produces 20 at half speed, so it's 10 per second. Cool. Nice and far away. 10 per second. And then I can't see the recipe. I'll need to build the refinery. So the most basic processing is using 100 every 5 seconds. So 20 per second. So 2 pump jacks to 1 refinery. Got 12 pump jacks here. We could make 6 refineries, but we only made 4 of them, so you kind of have to connect more up with that functionality on it, with it not being yield based, being a finite number. Make this corner a bit different. Then actually, yeah, let's put the refineries at the top here, closer to the base. Usually do like, yeah, have them like that. So unlike vanilla as well, the most basic recipe requires water. So I'm going to need to bring that over here, which, you know, I generated a world with very little water, so it's my own fault, but we're going to have to pump it all the way from over here. There you go, is what it is. Let's run the power line over there, I guess, and get it flowing. Yeah, it's not great. I mean, more water just gets in the way of building a nice big base, which is why I would cut it back, so we'd have big, flat, square, open areas to build factory in. Probably spawning more water and using landfill would be better, on account of then having water where you want it for the recipes that require water, you know, petrochemical stuff and concrete, whatever else the mod's added that needs water. Okay, ideally this pump will be below, like there, and powered, perfect. Let's run this back. Way back over where we just run. Clear these trees so that's visible. Halfway back. Oh, okay. Bring all this together into a couple of tanks in this gap. We'll have water in that gap. Doesn't quite line up, but never mind. Could go back and move it, but I don't really want to. Plug like that. Those line up. In they go. And one can go up to there and then have a straight. Do a square on that one, like that. This one can join that, I guess. No, don't like that. Send it this way. Join those ones and then join there, I guess. Wonder if pipe throughput will be an issue. Shouldn't be with this little liquid. Don't know, because they did. Obviously, we researched like the bigger pipes, so it's a facility for higher throughput. That one up here. That join it. That one there, that one there. Don't know why, it just feels better. Nice to plug it to the other end of that. Really. Spread the input around a bit between the two tanks. Let's try that out. We got crude oil coming in, we got water coming in, it's all good. Let's have crude oil be the longer one. Water be the shorter one. Do the usual. Can plug straight in. Can that? No, not quite. That over one as well, and then I can plug in there. And they'll fire up and we'll be making petroleum. The same as vanilla, quite simple to begin with. The only recipe we've got is to make just petrol at the moment. So we need to turn that into plastic, which is same recipe, coal and petrol. So we need to bring coal over here, which is a long journey, but there's an extra bit here. We'll use that extra bit to do that. Very nice. And then I guess sulfur to make sulfuric acid, same deal, water and petrol. And add iron plate to make acid, yeah, perfect, same deal. We want to make blue research cards. So glass smelting will be one thing to work out. How are we going to do that? Don't know. Blank tech cards we're already doing, that's pretty simple. Sulfuric acid, we've just seen it's the same concept as vanilla. Then advanced circuits, which are cable and green circuit. So again, like vanilla, same kind of concept, but we're adding electronic components, which is plastic, glass and silicon. That's where the plastic input is needed. So sulfuric acid, and then that's the difficult bit, the electronic components. Plastic, glass and silicon. Plastic quite simple. Glass, we need to crush stone and then smelt. So we'll need I'll want a smelting cell to do that in. We do above the copper probably, without a problem there. Silicon is the quartz. So you want a smelting cell to turn quartz into silicon. The quartz is made by filtration of sand in water. So we're going to have sand there anyway to make the glass. So I guess we pump some of that water up and we do a bit of filtration off the back of it. and then do the smelting at the top here and send it to meet the bus over the top because it won't fit through there. And then somewhere up here we do the blue chips and feed them down into the system. Messy, but I think we can do it here. You know, this is just going to get a bit messier, some improvement, some upgrade, a bit messier, and then eventually just be unworkable, and that's where we have to move into something new. When we move into something new, we'll make it bigger. That's fine as a plan. I think we need to add some more smelting cells at the top to make the glass and the silicon in. We need to actually bring the coal over here. Why don't we do that? Not got enough drills on us probably. Clear up the dead drills here. It's probably not enough still. Let's do the factory plan to work out what we need to do, I guess. Could just make a whole bunch of plastic. And I guess actually we need to do so plastic and sulfur like we normally do. And I normally bus both of them up, so they'll need to also skip around the edge somehow. Unless we do it down here or something. Don't know. This is actually a bit far away for that, but fine by me. Oh, we can pump the petrol up somewhere. I'm going to be moving the coal up in order to do the smelting. So we could pump the petrol up to up here, do the 2 lots of smelting, then go around it. How can I add a tag? Is where's the picture of petrol? Because it's a different picture. No, it's the same one. Okay, it's going to go there. Add a tag that is smelt glass. The picture of glass there. Smelt silicon, which is that. To get that we need quartz, so we need to filter for quartz. Going to go like behind that, using water from down there, and the same sand. So crush stone for sand. Wrong. Oops. Start again. Crush stone for sand. That symbol. I guess there could flip them round because the stone is over that side and we're just going to be belting it around, and the coal is neither here nor there. We'll do it there. Send the stone that way and the coal up and over the top into there because it needs to come around for plastic as well. That's all good. Probably make 2 more refineries to maximise our output here, and then yeah, we'll pump the petrol up to there and do all that working here. Then we'll have blue tech chips. Here. Hey. Factory master, I think. I'm just kind of building a plan and putting these markers in because I think I'm going to wrap up shortly with tonight's stream. I don't want to start anything big with only a bit of time left, and we've done so much today already that brain is on its last legs. We'll probably need to add this coal into that coal in order to keep the supply good, or find an alternative power source so we can use this coal that's currently creating power for something else. Did consider like an absolutely huge wind farm somewhere, but doesn't seem like the best way. Maybe once we've done this we can free a bit up. There's a bit of coal there too. Let's add a tag for that so we don't forget it as well. some coal. Yeah, coal to network. That one. Get the right picture. And there. Probably get them onto the belts as well and add it in for everything. So we're using a lot of the coal that we're currently making. We want to ensure we can maintain a power supply to everything. Yeah, it should be all good. Make plastic sulfur there, feed it in to make that, make silicon, make glass, feed it in, like in counter to the normal flow of the bus, but I really can't see us doing more than blue tech chips here. The rocket ones are next, and I think we need to get our proper rail network online before we'll be able to do that. But, I don't know what's involved. I guess it might be quite easy, but I doubt it. So that's fine. And once we've got blue tech chips running, we can do a bit more research. We've done everything we can now. While we're progressing that, we could look at getting military chips being created. They're not much more than the blue ones. Electronic components, which we would be making to make the blue ones. Just need to make more of them from the same stuff. The military research data, which is just like stuff you build, we'd need coal to be available to make the grenades, but that's it. So it really is the electronic components that are the challenge. Plastic, glass and silicon, we need to make enough to do them. If we look and we want to do 120 minute of blue science, ignore military for now and see where we are. And we may, like 120 may be way too much, we may need to cut that back and do these slower than we've done the other ones, because, you know, it's a liquid input, so it has to be done in the tier 2, which is fine, we're making them. But that means it ends up with an odd number, because tier 2 works at 50% more than the tier 1, but not a round number at all, so it's a bit annoying. Let's explode out everything. Which will make sulfuric acid by actual, sulfuric, not from barrels. Acid needs sulfur, iron, water. Needs iron. I wonder if there's any way of just like clicking these buttons for everything all the time. Iron also needs coal. They also need coal. That doesn't really work for my head. I'm gonna not do the mining stuff. Yeah, that's fine. That's sulfuric acid. Blank tech cards are not complicated, we're already making, just need to make more of them. Just iron and copper. Glass needs sand. I do want to look at that. Get from crushing in a crusher, though we've got the pulverizer unlocked, so we could upgrade our crushers to pulverizers. We need quite a lot for this, so it's probably worth doing. And then advanced circuits, which need copper cable, fine, not even that much of it. Electronic circuits, which need more copper cable and stone tablets, quite a lot of that, but not a huge amount. Then electronic components, which we're making not by crushing stuff, but by making them. Plastic, glass and silicon. It's a hell of a production chain, very complicated. Lots of elements to bring together. A lot like vanilla though, quite similar to vanilla, and to stuff we've already done. That glass is just glass you need, I guess. Interesting. Not for the electronic components you need. I should change our preferences in that regard as well. Tell it we're using steel furnace now. And crafting machine 2s we can use everywhere. We might as well do so. I'm concerned, unless we intentionally want to throttle something. Oh, it hasn't actually updated these though. Damn, and that actually we can upgrade to electric. We'd have to redo it, refresh it. No, never mind. Okay, so the sulfuric acid requirement is very small. Half a chemical plant. One chemical plant of sulfur, and a tiny small bit of iron is good. Small amount of acid for that. That's fine. For the 10.7 machines we're going to set up. Those cards not worried about. 6 furnaces smelting glass with 0.8 of a pulverizer, and extra glass needed to make the electronic components is, let's update that to be right, just 1 more, so we only need 7. It's actually not even a cell the size of our usual cell. Quite a small amount is needed. For that, the plastic required is half a chemical plant. Very small amount needed there. Wonder if we're making enough petrol for it. Check that in a second. That's kind of it, I guess. The silicon is from, again, 1 furnace, which I haven't blown that out. Change that actually, sorry. Preferences. Crushing. Going to use pulverizers, I think. 1 filtration plant, part of a pulverizer. I think that's still... No, it adds up to 1 pulverizer exactly, which is nice for a change. Then a filtration plant, yeah. And that amount of silicon just needs 1 furnace, so we wouldn't really need to set up a whole smelting cell for it, even. Just 1 thing. But I want to overdo it anyway. We just look at doing only silicon, for example. Glass also want to look at, I guess. I want to make a full yellow belt of silicon. Yeah, with that recipe. 13.3 steel furnaces. Interesting. It would be interesting. 1 red belt of quartz in to make 1 yellow belt of silicon out, and a very small amount of coal to cook it. We need to do it like how we did steel, where you have 2 belts, not 1 with shared input, or you'd need to use an electric furnace, which we can't get until after we've done this, but that's interesting. We need to do it like the steel, but that's fine. The quartz itself, in order to do 1 yellow belt of silicon, is 11 filtration plants, which requires 2 belts of sand, which would come from 4 pulverizers and 2/3 of a red belt of stone, which is like quite a lot. Yeah, 37 electric mining drills. But then, yeah, like I say, just if you can make a science a second, or 2 science a second by recipe, with 1, like a 14th of this, because you don't need to belt up silicon. You kind of don't know. I think you kind of, if you were doing a bus build, would want to belt up sand. Although because that's a really undense way of doing it. I think you want to belt up stone, make the sand locally, because it turns a few stone into a lot of sand. locally and inefficiently. How weird. Interesting, but again, pushes me away from using belts in general. Oh, using a bus in general, I mean. Interesting. What about glass then, as one last point of analysis? We want to make a yellow belt of glass. We would need a red belt of sand to do it. Interesting. In 15 furnaces, so slightly larger than our... No, half the size of our usual steel. But again, like the steel, you'd need the input to be special. I'm quite looking forward to moving to electric furnaces, actually. I think that'd be pretty good. Pretty good indeed. 2 pulverizers. Half a belt of stone. Half a red belt of stone. Interesting. What chair do I have? Oh, it's just a cheap Chinese gaming chair from Amazon. I don't even know. Don't know what the brand is. It must say on it somewhere, but not a brand I've ever heard of. It's like a like a knockoff of a good gaming chair. And it is really bad. Would not recommend. If you're not going to spend the money, just get an office chair. Interesting stuff. Not quite sure what we're going to do with that. Like, we need so little for the blue science, but I still want to set up like a cell. We may set up more than we need for the blue science. Maybe we look at blue plus military. Can't see the point of setting up this much silicon at this point. We certainly will need more silicon in the future, I'm sure of it, for electronics required to live in space, but we'll want to like rebuild an entire base before we get there, and tech up what we're doing to like better drills, better smelters, better everything. Maybe even blue belt at that. At the time more silicon becomes relevant. Don't know. We don't know what's coming yet until we get there. But that's all my brain can manage for one day. So I'm going to drop firm save in so that it's all safe, and we will wrap up for this evening. Thank you everyone for joining me once again. Really do appreciate the company, even if you're just out there lurking. It still matters. And all the chatting and everything like that. Been a nice one, nice chill time. Pushing my brain to its limits today. Thank you, Aki. Yeah, see you soon. Thanks. We'll be continuing in the factory next Thursday. So this coming Thursday is Factorio Day. So 2 PM GMT again. We'll carry on from where we are now, trying to get the blue science created. That petrol hooked up to everything. Be fun if I can get my brain rested enough by then to progress. I don't stream on Monday, so I won't be back tomorrow. I'll be back on Tuesday. We will carry on with our cooperative Minecraft Ocean Block run with my friend Mondo. It was a really nice session last time, and we'll have good fun. It's different in that nothing in the pack so far seems complicated. It's just stuff I've not seen before, so still learning new stuff, but unlike Factorio, not quite as challenging yet, but we'll see. We know Minecraft mod packs can be very intense in some places, so we'll see how that goes. That's the plans for upcoming streams. Don't think tonight I'm going to raid into anyone. We'll just have a quick check who's online, but I feel kind of like just shutting down personally. And yeah, there's no one in particular I want to raid into. So yeah, we'll wrap it up for the night. Thank you, Tato. Have a good evening, everybody. And yeah, hope to see you all again soon. It's been a good one. Have a good night.